All right, guys, are we live? Am I on here? Oh, we got the green screen. I got to set the green screen up unless you guys want to stare at the guitar all day. I don't think you guys will be seeing that much of me today because I'm still sick, so I probably won't have the webcam on too much, but let me get the green screen up 1 second. It just looks a little better. Hang on. See, when you're sick, you forget things. Still making money. All right, boom. It's magic. Okay. Let's see. Check. All right, good. It looks like we're live. To improve the light quality. Good enough for now. Steve, if you could just let me know how the picture quality is, how the sound quality is when you get in here. All right, we're going to get ready and do our analysis here, guys. Heading into February, had a great, I'm still really sick, but I think I hit the worst day yesterday when I stayed up late there for FOMC, but we had a good, unfortunately, I didn't capitalize on my silver call or my bond call, but Steve made about $1,400 across his Apex accounts yesterday, so you know, he's taking the course and he knows when I'm calling stuff out, he knows to take advantage of it. So good job, Steve. He is trading very, very well. And I'm happy with the way I'm trading this week. For feeling as sick as I am, you know, the fact that I'm still making some decent money is great. Anything I make this week is a bonus. If I wasn't streaming for you guys and kind of building the channel, I would have just probably, you know, focused on my health all week. But that's fine. All right, so heading into February, what we're going to do here is I've gone ahead and I've narrowed down the scoreboard a little. So here you can see the scoreboard. We've got the indices, the bonds here. I got to add the ultra bond here. 1 sec. Insert a row. This is Sierra charts, you guys. Starting platform period. All right, so see we got the indices here up top. We got the bonds here, the metals here, gold, silver, copper, platinum. That's all as usual. We usually have all that stuff, right? We've got crude oil and natural gas here, and then we've got the euro and the pound because they pretty much make up the bulk of the dollar index anyways, and I'm really just interested in the euro every day. And then Bitcoin and Ethereum, I want to start trading more often. So these will be the main markets we focus on. The agriculturals, the meats, I don't really trade those very often, and we'll wait till planting season toward the end of March when those get going again. So this will be our focus for February here. So that'll be great. I'm excited about that. And for January, it was good. I think we made, I'm not sure. I got it tallied up, but I think I made about $13,000 in calls on the channel, which is great. And then Steve made a bunch of money. So it was a very profitable January. I mean, really, I think one losing day, maybe 3 or 4 or 5 break even / do nothing days, and then, you know, a handful of nice profitable days. And that's the way I like to trade, manage risk. And, you know, from a risk management perspective, January was a great month for us. So very, very happy about that. Now we will look to continue to repeat it in February. Just continue to be patient, wait for our setups to come to us. Any other announcements I have? No, I don't think so at the moment. So today, guys, just because it's Thursday, we've got some news coming out today. We had Bank of England at 7 a.m. I already, I took a short-term trade on the Bank of England. I was kind of showering and getting ready and too tired to really manage a trade. But you can see here across these challenges that we're all talking about, I made about 150 across these 10 accounts just on a quick short of the ultra bonds. So you can see these challenge accounts we just started a few days ago just to kind of try and figure all this challenge stuff out. One of them's up over $2,000, so we're at 52,000 on that one. And then these other 9 were just at, you know, 300 in profit because I'm still figuring out the right strategy for that. If I want to, you know, go extra aggressive in size, I'm OMA works. I trade my own money very well, but I'm interested to see if I can exploit the challenge system. So I need to think through. I'm still figuring out how best to exploit that, but we'll get there. Anyways, for now, off to a good start, and that is as expected. So we have a good edge here. All right, so we've got a new month, guys. That's important because that means we have new monthly charts. So you can see the monthly chart here to the far left, the weekly in the middle, the daily here. So just quickly, we don't have that much time before the 8 a.m. check, and we don't want to miss anything. And then we have the, I forget what news we have at 8:30. We'll check. I think it's some job openings, important news at 8:30. And then we've got another manufacturing inflation number at 10. We'll check on all that. But we've got some good news today. Tomorrow, non-farm payrolls. The point I was going to get to is that we're going to analyze, we're going to trade, we're going to continue to stick to our plan, do very well. But just for me, guys, just know that today, tomorrow, I'm hanging in there. I'm kind of doing my best, to get through this week feeling like total dog shit. That's all right. It'll get better. Okay, and that's good for you guys. You should buy the course and learn OMA, because if I'm deathly ill and I die, it would be a shame to have this amazing system go to the grave with me. Steve would be the only one out there printing money, and I guess that'd be good for Steve, but not good for anybody else who wants to learn. All right, so ES here on the monthly chart, we got this little 3-bar push. I'm still looking for a move to the downside, but this monthly is still, we're not really going to have the confirmation until that support breaks. Right now, you still have strong weekly support. So, guys, that big flush that we saw yesterday here, right here, this is the daily chart, right? Big flush, the world's ending, the Fed's staying higher for longer. No, it's not. That's an exhaust, which is why we're seeing a pretty good bounce this morning. So many, this is just such an important piece of information. So many people see a move like this and they just short and go with it. And that's exactly what, the market makers expect. And that's why it, of course, exhausts and reverses back to the upside. So you don't want to short these kinds of bars. So for today, I expect a very choppy day across the indices. Now, the bonds are a different story. We've got some fantastic patterns to short bonds today. So I think bonds are going to be great for shorting today. So we will take a look at those in a second. But indices, you're going to be wrestling now between strong monthly resistance pushing down and strong weekly support pushing up, right? Ultimately, I think resistance is going to win out here, especially in the short term as we undergo a larger correction. I do think that this is the start of that. It just doesn't mean we're going to break down today on the ES for another, 50, 60 handles to the downside. I don't think that's going to happen. We got to really pay attention to this 49.20 level here. Remember, it's a new month. We got a new monthly VWAP. We got new monthly value areas. So we have new things now to adjust for February. All right, so that's the ES. We will trade the Dow and the Russell occasionally, but we'll just focus on the main indices for now. Let's look at NQ. It's going to be similar. I'm expecting a pretty good bounce today on NQ because you've got some amazing OMA combination support stuff down here into the weekly support. So again, choppy. How far are we going to bounce? I don't know. That's going to depend on, what bonds do. Bonds look like they're going to be under pressure. I mean, rates are going to be pushing higher, which means the stock market's not going to like that. The dollar's looking pretty strong against the euro. So I think rallies will be capped on the indices. But you do have a lot of support as well. So it's going to be a choppy day. So be aware of that. See, this is why we have such a steady, track record, because doing this pre-market foundational analysis every day allows you to come into each day with a very good idea of what's going to happen, and you learn what trades to stay out of and what markets to focus on where you have the best opportunity for your edge, the lowest hanging fruit, right? It's very important to know that heading into each day. So here's the Dow. We can look at the Dow later. I want to get ready for the 8 a.m. check in 12 minutes. Oh, let's look at the 10-year. You guys know when you're sick and your body temperature is like all over the map? Like one moment I'm freezing and like the next moment I'm just baking. It's just, and yes, I'm a man. You guys ever heard of the man cold? So even though this is man COVID, I'm still going to cry about it every day just because it makes me feel better to whine about it. But it's not stopping us from crushing and making money. That's what's important. All right. So looking at the 10-year here, this is interesting, right? Because you had a very strong close on the 10-year yesterday. You've got a little divergence between the shorter and longer end of the curve here. The 10-year Treasury had a strong close. the ultra bond and the 30-year, which are further out on the curve, they look a little weaker. That makes sense, right? Because the 10-year interest rate is going to be different than what investors demand for a 30-year bond, right? So that's why you have divergences depending on where you are in the curve, the yield curve. You can read about that. We'll talk about it later. But basically right here, I think you're going to see some chop on the 10-year as well, because you had a very strong close. You actually closed up and through some very strong resistance levels. So even though there was a great short yesterday, I'm heading into Powell that I didn't really take because I'm just kind of slow and sick right now, but Steve took it and did very well. And that was the initial reaction, was down in bonds, which means rates, hawkish rates went up. But now what we're seeing, the way bonds recovered toward the end of the day and the way that the 10-year closed here, I think you're going to see probably a daily range here on the 10-year Treasury note. Probably when the day's over, you'll see, a daily bar that looks, something like this. I don't know where it's going to close, but I think the range will be, up around the high here of yesterday and then down into this 112.4 level. So choppy on bonds is what I'm expecting so far today, right? Choppy on indices, right? So that's chop. Okay, we should get like an infomercial going with our little sushi knife. Chop. It's gonna be a choppy day, so we got to be very, very careful, right? Let's look at this is just for bonds and indices. We're gonna look at the metals and crude and Bitcoin. We're gonna start paying a lot more attention to. So guys, there's good opportunities all the time. If I wasn't sick yesterday on that silver trade and I just had a little bit more like energy to sit and manage it, that was an easy $600-700. Easy. I mean, it went straight down right after I got out. So, if you guys just wait for the right opportunities to present themselves, they come, right? So that's why there's just no need to be in a rush. So I think, yeah, but here's the 30-year bond. You've got more resistance up here. So basically, I'm expecting choppiness, right? But if you're expecting chop, you're going to have good opportunities if you stick to the congestion trading plan, right? Which is, why it doesn't really matter what type of trading you're dealing with. Today, I'm bringing my congestion trading plan out of my playbook. That's the one I'm going to trade on bonds and the indices because that's what the charts are telling us, right? So does that mean you want to get all your momentum strategies going today? No, because that's a good way to lose money on a choppy range-bound day, which today, will be. I mean, you can see it, okay? If something else happens and we end up just firing to the upside on bonds, rates are dropping, stocks start firing to the upside, fine, we'll adjust, no problem. We'll see it on the scoreboard. But heading into the day, the prognosis is for a lot of chop, okay? So we got to be aware of that. All right, the ultra bond is looking the same here as the 30-year. By the way, I got to tally up. Steve, when you get a chance, let me know what your tally is. Because, guys, I don't know Steve at all. Like, he just started. He was the first person who came here. He's like, oh, maybe this guy knows what he's talking about. And since being here for the last 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks since I started streaming, let me know what your total is up, Steve, from taking trades, based on the calls on the stream. I think he's up, I don't know, 10, 11 grand on his Apex accounts or something. So just let me know about that, Steve. I'm curious. It gives me a good idea of where we're at. I had a great month in January. I know you did too, but I want to know what kind of month you had. I didn't make as much money as I normally make in January, but that's because I was also a little bit more conservative, just trading live and publicly and all that. But 13 grand for me, that's all right. Better than getting poked in the eye with a sharp stick. That's just my live calls, guys. I don't share my behind the scenes stuff. I'm just telling you what I'm calling out live on YouTube. Because I'm not like these other guys out here. It's like, oh, I made millions, 20 contracts on a challenge account. Yeah. Okay, but now we're trading the challenges and we're off to a good start. Okay, I'm a little all over the place, guys, with my COVID, my brain fog, but it's good. Gives the other traders a fair, how do you say? They can compete against us a little bit better because today, this whole week, we've got, one hand tied behind our back. So it makes it a little bit more fair for them, which is what I'm kind of trying to say, because it is a zero-sum game after all. All right, let's look at gold here. I hope you guys find some humor here. I'm not really being cocky. I'm just being funny because I have to entertain myself when I'm doing this and it's sick. But it is a nice spring day here in Sweden, which is nice, even though it's early February. It's a beautiful day. I haven't been outside though with the COVID. I don't want to get the cough any worse. Okay, so here's gold. You can see gold looks a lot weaker than the bonds, and that makes sense to me in terms of you know, because people are still kind of into stocks, so they're a little bit risk on. You know, gold's in a tough position right now. I'll talk more about that later. But you've got just I keep going back to this quarterly chart here for gold, guys. This is how my system is very logical, because I'm using, you know, the yearly chart into the quarterly chart, you know, into the monthly chart, into the weekly, the day. So all these charts are influencing what I'm analyzing and give to you as the final product. But basically, if the quarterly looks super bearish for gold, then what does that mean? Well, it means we're also expecting the monthly here, right? If I think there's a lot of resistance here on the quarterly gold chart, do I expect the monthly to just fire up here? No, I don't, because of what I'm seeing on the quarterly. So that kind of funnels down. Therefore, if I get key weekly resistance levels like we're at right now, I expect it to be strong because of the monthly and because of the quarterly and because of the yearly in this case. But so for today with gold, you've got a really nice pattern here to go short. Definitely going to be playing the short side of gold again, unless anything happens. But we have clear direction on gold today for the short side, and silver as well, especially if the dollar stays strong. I think gold and silver will be great for shorting today. Copper will be a little, you know, copper you got to be careful of, right? Because it's going to be taken down by gold and silver and a strong dollar, but it's going to be buoyed by indices rallying. So it's a good place to get chopped up and spit out. So you don't want to take a trade on copper when you have a day like this. You want to focus on gold and silver instead. And then platinum also is a little bit more of an industrial metal. So, or is it palladium? I always forget platinum, palladium. It doesn't matter. Platinum is also, it moves, it's hard to explain platinum. If copper is totally an industrial, and then, yeah, silver is a little industrial too, but you think more silver, gold kind of on the precious side, platinum's kind of in between the two. But here on platinum, checking the higher time period charts here, you know, you're going to still have a lot of resistance overhead on platinum. Let's just look at copper real quick, even though we don't need to spend too much time on copper. Yeah, you know, you can see already copper's already reversing here out of these highs. So I think all the metals are going to be good shorts today, guys. So copper's got a great monthly resistance pattern up here. So we will be looking to short copper as well. Let's look at crude oil. Crude oil here. And then we'll look at Bitcoin and Ethereum and natural gas after the 8 a.m. check, because I want to try to not miss anything if there's a good trade at 8 a.m. So here's crude. You know, crude's got a pretty strong support area down in here, so I'll be looking for the long side primarily on crude right now, but I'll keep a close eye on it but I think this daily congestion support level here should be very strong based on where we're at relative to the monthly and weekly charts. So all right, let's go ahead and just quickly pop on over. I can't even talk today. Pop on over to our hourly chart. Okay, you got the hourly chart. Don't be intimidated by all these dots and lines, because if you learn to understand them, they can make you a boatload of money. Okay, so all I've done here is I've just transposed the 4-hour indicators onto the hourly indicator. All right, so we're overlaying so we can very clearly see where the key 4-hourly levels are on the hourly chart. So it's great. You guys don't worry about it. I'll tell you what's going on. It's all good in the hood. Okay, let's look at our 8 a.m. check here. 7:58 right now. And look, if there are no trades at 8 a.m., we will be doing our news trade at 8:30, just like we do our opening range trade some days at 9:30. I look every day, but I only put the trade on when I know there's a high probability of a successful outcome. Which is how we're able to manage risk so well over here, is because we don't force the issue, which is fantastic. Oh, here's Steve. Cool. Hope you're feeling better and got some rest. Well, thank you, Steve. I'm feeling a tad better. I'm not sleeping very well. I don't know. The COVID messes with the nervous system, and that's part of the reason I'm so tired, but we'll get into that later. Enough poor me. Wah, wah. Just a little bit of crying here. So, okay, I'm going to get to Steve's comment in a sec. I just first want to go through this check here. So here's ES, guys. Check here. I got to have some coffee. All right. So, you know, ES, I'm not going to go into why I'm not trading it right there, but I'm not. So, because what did we say? We said indices are going to be choppy today, right? That's what we said. but let's just wait for them to establish, you know, a reliable range, and then we can, you know, look to trade them. But I think the metals are going to be a lot better overall risk to reward today. So why even mess with the indices if we don't have to? The NASDAQ is kind of a tight chop in here, but you know, nothing I'm going to take because I think we're going to squeeze higher out of this range. So I don't think this is where the NASDAQ's just going to sit all day. So I'm not interested in that at all. Let's look at the Ultra Bond. Let's see here. So Ultra Bond, yeah, trying to push a little bit higher. I don't really see. I don't want to short or long that. Let's look at gold and silver. They can be good sometimes at 8 a.m. So we just had the 8 a.m. hourly close. Here's gold. I think I'd like to short gold back up into about 2056, 2057. Up in here is where I'd like to wait to short gold potentially. So we will wait on that. Let's look at silver. And let's see here with silver. Guys, I think silver is going to just not have a good day, which means we should have a good day shorting it. I keep talking about I got to get some of my physical storage out of storage so I can cling together. And I love the physical stuff, but it really is fun to short the paper as well. So, sorry guys, my nose is running like a freaking faucet. No pattern here. You know, silver, if we just wait for pullbacks into 2290, we're going to be in great shape today. I think this hourly trend run that you're seeing, as you see how we're just trending down here on the hourly, you know, unless the euro makes a dramatic comeback against the dollar, which is not looking likely right now, I think that silver and gold are just going to be easy shorts if we wait for the right spot, let them pop, and then get short. For those of you who were on the FOMC stream last night, that was, where was that? It was about here where I called that silver short at 23.0. No, it was here. Here. I think it was right in here. I can't remember, guys. It was when silver was at 23.05, ended up going down to about 22.88 or something. So that was great, you know. Not that you're going to get the whole 17, 18 cents, but even if you get, you know, 10, 11, 12 cents on that per contract, that's $500-600. Of course, yours truly wasn't mentally fit enough with the COVID to capitalize, but you know, you prepare for that. When you've been trading as long as I have, you don't get angry when you miss stuff when you feel like shit, because you know from in the past when you forced the issue and over traded when you were sick or just weren't in the right mood or whatever, you always paid the price. So now I've been doing it long enough where I know, like, if I'm sick, hey, I'm having a good week, being extra patient, it means I'm going to have a few extra fuck ups, but as long as I'm still making money, that's a great week, right? And especially Steve. He's printing money, so that makes me happy. Steve, you're gonna have to send me like a nice coffee card in the mail, okay? Just let's see, guys. We're gonna go over the other markets here in just a sec. I just want to see what Steve says. We're gonna get ready for the 8:30 a.m. news announcement because we will be putting on a trade for that. So, okay, yeah. So, okay, cool. So basically, Steve says he's up about 6K. From the stream calls, that's good, and 2,200 more from the elite members area. Okay, so $8,200. That's not bad. That's good. Okay, and then he's made his own trades using the OMA system for another 3K. Okay, so you're up basically since bumping into me on YouTube, you know, 3 weeks ago. You're up over 11K. That's good. You know, that makes me happy because that means that, and the only reason I asked for that, guys, is I know OMA works. That's why I'm bringing it to your attention. But I want to see, Steve is a very good, and my other students, you know, I've got about 5 students right now. Steve's the most active out of them here on the stream, but he gives me a really good indication of, am I teaching the concepts correctly? Well, if he's able to be up 11,000 in the last 3 weeks and starting, then that tells me I'm teaching the concepts clearly, which is important feedback to me. Okay, so yeah, exactly. With the training, you can understand, take advantage. I think it'll just take a while for people to build trust, because there's a lot of shady con artists out there. Like, there's this one guy who was on Top Step TV the other day. I forget his name, like, you know, Crazy Mike or Super Trader Mike, or I don't know. But the guy's a total scammer. He sells some bullshit cores for $2,000, and I think so many people have been ripped off with bullshit like that. Like, you know, it takes time to build trust, and that's okay. I understand that. see. So, but hopefully those fucking assholes will just, like, I don't know how, there's got to be like Trustpilot reviews and stuff of these assholes who keep screwing people. And I don't know how they like get to stay out there and just keep, like, if you have what I think is if you purport to have a trading system that actually works, then you should fucking trade it live and show that it works. And that was one of the main motivations for me coming out and live streaming every day, because I want to show the very system that I'm teaching others. This is what I trade. It works. And I show you every day. And that's really important. And I do think that that's what separates the wheat from the chaff, or chafe, however I say chaff. Yeah. So the silver call yesterday was perfect. Yeah, it really was. I said it should pull back to 2308, which is exactly where it pulled back. Now, I don't get it perfect every time. That was a pretty good call. The only thing on that one, yeah, I got short at, I think I lowered my limit order at like 20 to 2306. And silver, there's a lot of fuckery in silver. It'll really piss you off, you know. And when you're yesterday late at night here in Sweden, I was kind of just in a bad mood already. So I was like, when silver was fucking with me, I was just like, no, I don't have the energy to deal with this right now. But it was a good entry level. Steve, you took advantage of it, so that's good. Happy about that. And thanks for recommending the course. I appreciate that. Well, ultimately, you know, people will, I think it's also an energy, it's an exchange. You know, people that feel the draw and they feel the, what's the word I'm looking for? Not camaraderie. Guys, my brain is literally working on like 60%. But anyways, like when they feel it, like, okay, you know, then those are the people that it's going to attract. Because I do think like the law of attraction and all that stuff is real. We're drawn to stuff that we relate to, right? Yeah, so that's interesting. Okay, so let me know if you guys got any more questions. I turned off, you know, for subscribers. So there should be anybody who's not a subscriber. If you're not subscribed, I guess you don't want to make money. That's fine. But you don't have to technically be subscribed to make a comment or a question in the chat. I don't think. I've switched the setting. Who knows? YouTube's always playing games. By the way, I got the artist. I got an artist who made my little illustration there. So the channel's going to be changing all the graphics and stuff like that. I'm paying a firm to do all that. I think the first round they did was pretty good with my little cartoon drawing. I look a little. I think it's pretty good. It's hard to get it perfect. So I think. What do you think, Steve? Did they do it all right? I think they're getting there. So that's cool. That'll be fun. We'll just make the channel very serious what we're doing, but we got to have a little bit of fun with the thumbnails and the graphics and stuff. All right. So let's look at the rest of the markets here. Let's look at natural gas. We're going to just, as we're waiting for the news, guys, which we will trade if there's a good setup. We'll get to that. I'll show you my new strategy if you haven't seen it before. Basically, it involves finding a good level on the most ripe market, the best market for that moment. Those are the markets I focus on during the news. So, like, why would I trade NASDAQ if silver or gold are going to give me much better opportunities to the downside today? Right. Focus on the markets. The lowest hanging fruit is what we want. That's the most important thing. That's what we're doing. All right. So let's just look at, well, you know, we can wait on natural gas. To be honest, I don't really give a shit about natural gas right now. Let's look at Bitcoin. The dollar against the euro, right? We're at 108.30. So the dollar's hanging on to those gains, which is why I think metals are going to suffer today, which is why we're going to be looking to short silver, gold, copper, platinum. Those are going to be the big ones for the day, because while stocks and bonds are, you know, sitting around, you know, I was about to use a vulgarity there, but in case any kids watch this, I won't use too many. I was about to use a George Carlinism there. But with the stocks and bonds, they're going to be sitting around just doing nothing. That's why when you use the scoreboard and you can see very clearly, where's the lowest hanging fruit today? Okay, it's going to be shorting the metals. So those are going to be the focus for the day. That might change depending on how the scoreboard develops. Does the dollar maintain strength against the euro? You know, what are bonds doing? You know, what are rates doing? So we keep an eye on all that. But heading into the day, looks like we're going to have a very good opportunity for shorting metals today. And all you have to do, is wait and be patient. Let it come to the levels, short it, make money, and you're done. You know, it's not rocket science, or else I wouldn't be doing it. Okay, so here's Bitcoin, guys. This is the monthly. Remember, we're just going to go over we just started a new month, so we want to see what's the monthly chart telling us. Well, on Bitcoin here, and guys, I did a Bitcoin video, obviously, that nobody's watched because the channel's so new, but I did it when Bitcoin was breaking out up here to the upside. And, you know, as this was happening, I said, don't buy up here. And I gave all the reasons for what I was seeing. You can see, we're just going to reverse out of this now. Guys, look at the Bitcoin volume profile on the monthly chart, right? These are the things that I'm looking at on my other screens. One day I should take a picture of where I do all this. It looks like a fucking spaceship. I'm looking at all this stuff while we're, you know, waiting for trades, and I just don't have time to talk about all this for each individual market. But look at this tail here on the Bitcoin monthly volume profile. That is not a good sign. That usually leads to a reversal. And I can tell you with what we're seeing on OMA, you know, you've got some pretty good reversal indications. Now, that's going to depend on the upcoming liquidity crisis that I see on the horizon because of what I'm seeing on the charts, first and foremost. I'm not like, you know, speculating on, oh, there might be a liquidity crisis because the bank term funding program is ending. There might be, and that might be the reason. I don't really know the reason. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing on the charts. You're seeing some money now move into the debt market, right? So bonds are catching a bid, right? Which means rates are coming down, but there'll be two different reasons, you know, that rates come down. Rates will come down, right? Because, you know, the Fed is looking to ease and all, but rates will also come down during a liquidity crisis because people out of fear will move into bonds and drive those rates down, right? So normally rates down would be stock market positive, but not in a liquidity crisis when money's moving into bonds because of the fear trade, which is what I think we're seeing now, which is why I think bonds closed so strong yesterday. We'll get more into that later. Back to Bitcoin. This is why I think if we're heading into this liquidity crisis, you know, here in the short term, Bitcoin's not going to like that at all. And gold and silver are not going to like that. Nothing's going to like that really, but you know, Bitcoin and gold and silver just get hammered during those times. So just keep that in mind. It's really important. So here with Bitcoin, you know, you got a nice monthly resistance up in here at 40, yeah, just call it 44,000, doesn't matter, which means on the weekly chart, we should continue to see rallies capped up here, which means on the daily, we were trending up, right? And now boom, congestion entrance down. I do expect rallies to be capped on the daily here. So this is what we're going to be looking for with Bitcoin. So I'm not used to day trading Bitcoin because I don't, but we're going to start doing it here on the channel. I've got the futures, so we can trade the futures. Today with Bitcoin, if we see anything spectacular to the short side, you know, that's what we'll look to play. So Bitcoin from the short side, let's look at Ethereum. And I think Bitcoin and Ethereum are kind of the two that we'll watch because they're the most liquid futures. And we got enough markets, you know, we got indices, bonds, metals, energies. We got the euro, the pound, Bitcoin, Ethereum. That's a nice mix there. And it gives us a really good mix for the scoreboard to see how all the assets are interacting with each other, because that's a really important piece of the puzzle. Okay, so for Ethereum here, looking at the volume, you got the same kind of tail on that monthly volume profile. It'll be the same game plan. Just look for pops short here. So that's the game plan for Ethereum. All right, so if you guys, those of you who like FX, because we're waiting here for the news to come out. Hey, Jack, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you, man. That's my nephew, guys. He's my biggest fan. Jack, if you pay attention, you can you know, start trading. I'm sure Aunt Molly will give you some money to trade. Just ask her. She'd probably love that. Probably early there, Jack. What time is it? Let's see. Well, you guys are East Coast time, right? So it's 8. Getting ready for school. Oh, so happy you're here, man. I'm glad I didn't use the vulgarity I was about to use. Yeah, I said maybe I had a sense. I said maybe kids are watching, and sure enough, my nephew was watching. So I'm glad I didn't use the vulgarity. Say hi to your mom and dad, Jack. I'll give you guys a call this weekend. Okay, so, and I'll get to the comments in a sec. I just have to continue to analyze this. So looking at the euro here, guys, it looks to me like when we look at the quarterly chart and the yearly chart, here's the quarterly chart for the euro. We're in congestion. What that means is that we're cycling, which means we should cycle all the way back down, you know, to 104-ish. Well, now, what does that mean? Dollar strength. So if we see bonds start to move up because money's coming into bonds because of this liquidity thing that's coming and the dollar's getting stronger, that's interesting, right? We're starting to put together the narrative for February, right? Because a lot of people are going to be caught off guards. They'll see bonds, you know, pushing higher, which means rates are dropping, and they'll be really excited thinking, oh, you know, that's probably stock market positive. No. You have to look at the context in which, you know, the rates are rising or dropping. why is money moving into the debt market? What's happening to the dollar while that's happening? What's happening to gold and silver? All these things tied together tip us off. So that's super important. That's nice, Steve. You agree with Lil Bro. Yeah, cool. He's a sweet kid. Very sweet kid. My sister's kids. All right. So dollar looks like it's probably going to continue to get stronger here against the euro. The pound we can check here real quick. Pound looks a little firmer than the euro, but overall it's going to probably follow the euro, so it doesn't really matter. They had the Bank of England came out this morning. Rates were unchanged. Okay, nat gas we can just look at here quickly as we get ready for the news. So natural gas has been an absolute roller coaster. I don't trade it, much, but just keep an eye on it because it does give a nice. It's an asset class that doesn't really move like anything else, so you can kind of get some good plays there if you patiently wait for them. But let's see for today with natural. I mean, this is tough price action to trade on natural gas, so probably not going to do anything. All right, so that lays the foundation for today, you guys. We know what we're looking for. As a summary, Andy, why don't you just give us the damn summary before you go into all the detail? Well, the thing is, guys, I need to go through all the stuff for myself, get the details to get the summary. So, and I repeat the summary for you because I'm repeating the summary for me, because before I was live streaming, I used to just sit here and do all this for myself, write down my notes and follow this, follow the markets throughout the day. And as things change, I write new notes. Now I can't write notes and stream, so I'm streaming, but then I have to constantly talk and think out loud because I'm not writing the notes. And by constantly talking it out loud, I'm kind of keeping the notes in my head. All right, so the summary, with all that said, is that we expect a lot of chop for stocks and bonds. We do expect a good environment to short the metals today, especially if the dollar remains strong. Crude looks like it's got a lot of support, so we'll keep an eye on crude. Nat gas looks, probably going to stay away from nat gas, looks too unreadable at the moment. Bitcoin, Ethereum, potential shorts if they give good pops. Yeah, euro and the pound, I don't trade them, but I monitor them to see the dollar strength. That's very important. So I think that the main thing for today is as long as you see, because if bonds are pushing higher, and that means rates are dropping, but at the same time that bonds are pushing higher, the dollar's maintaining against the euro, that's the fear trade. Strong dollar and strong bonds at the same time, right? And if that's the fear trade, even if the metals drop, do you want to, and you have a choice of what to short, do you want to short gold? No, because gold's going to be caught between, it'll also get some bids from the fear trade, right? So in that case, you want to short something like platinum, not necessarily copper because it's tied to the stock market, which could be a bit more choppy, but silver and platinum for sure. If you see the fear trade going on, I mean, and then in that case, whichever one sets up a great short, that's the one that's going to give you the best chance, of rocketing to the downside, because you're trading in line with the overall scoreboard. So understanding these things and then matching them up to Owings market analysis and the chart patterns and where you are and the type of trading, which playbook do you want to use? You want to use your trend playbook, your congestion playbook, your reversal playbook. These are all really important things, and you got to put these things together in order to give yourself a nice edge over time. I think, what's his name at SMB Capital? I like that guy. Mike Bellafiore, I think his name is. Yeah, he talks about this too. This is nothing new, guys. Like, you got to have your playbook, and you got to know, first of all, you got to have a playbook that works, right? And then you got to know what playbook to use on each specific day, depending on the conditions. You can do those things, you'll make money consistently. And it doesn't matter what the market does. The market can change. It doesn't matter. It's always changing. But as long as you're adapting and you know what's going on, you know what the narrative is, what the relationships are between the different asset classes, you know what playbook to use for your edge, each day, day by day. So the market can do whatever the hell it wants. Okay. So, yeah, that's good. I'm glad you like the summary, Steve. And for me, it's, that's what this channel is actually about. I'm not an influencer, I'm a trader. So this is how I make my living. And so I have to sit here and analyze this for myself. And then by doing it on YouTube, I get to share with you guys, teach you guys, help some people out. And for the super diehards that want to use it, they'll be like you, Steve. You take the course and you'll learn how to do it for yourself. And you get, in the elite members area, guys, I can't stream all day. So I post the trades I'm stalking, you know, when I shut down the stream, because that's just the only way that I can do it. Yeah, it's nice. It's a good setup. I like it a lot. If, you know, at first when I was thinking about how to run the channel, do I really want to stream and do all this stuff? Like it's a big commitment to kind of just get out and start doing it. But now that I've been doing it for the last few weeks, I'm happy with it. And you know, it's like, because I finally reached the conclusion for myself. I mean, I think the thing that stops the most people from doing this is the fear of failure, right? But like, I don't really have any fear of failure because life's too short to be scared of anything. I think that's ultimately what can make you a really great trader, is to not have fear of failure. Now, can't, you know, be a cowboy either, just being an idiot and taking any trade you see and putting on, you know, you gotta walk the line, as Johnny Cash would say. You got to be a relatively, you know, fearless trader, but you also have to be very smart and know when to take that risk, right? So back to yesterday, my silver trade, you know, had I been in a more clear frame of mind from not being so sick with this damn COVID, you know, I probably would have been more aggressive on that trade because I nailed that level, and I knew I had a really solid read on the market right in that moment for shorting silver at that level. OMA was giving me a lot of indications, but I knew that I was sick and a little bit cloudy, and so you know when to really be aggressive and when to kind of pull back. If you're having a bad day, you got in a fight with your spouse or your girlfriend or your boyfriend, or, you know, these kind of things, that you know, those are the days when revenge trading and all these bad habits are going to come out and cost you money. So when you've been doing this long enough, you know the traps, and you start making fewer and fewer mistakes, and then you have less you know, instead of making all these mistakes constantly and building up this huge negative, you know, balance of lost money that you then have to recover from, you just stop making those mistakes. So the mistakes go down into a much smaller pile, and then your wins kind of just, you know, stay steady. And then, you know, you just, on balance, you're just making more than you lose, right? It's not more complicated than that. All right, it's 8:21 a.m. We're going to get ready for our news trade. Let's go ahead and check the docket here. It is, so we've got continuing jobless claims. You know, that'll move the market. Sure, so that'll be good. And then we got Lagarde. I mean, look, these central bank people, they don't have anything better to do than sit around and fucking speak all day. So Lagarde is going to be speaking at 8:45 a.m. Whatever, that'll cause. So just so you guys know, if we see some little weird volatility around 8:45, 9, it's because Lagarde of the ECB said something. Who knows? We've got S&P Global Manufacturing PMI at 9:45. That'll move the market, especially the bond market. So be aware of that. Stock market too, but bond market. The Canadian they've got their S&P Global Manufacturing as well, but the US is the one that'll move the market. And then we have ISM at manufacturing PMI at 10 o'clock. So we've got a slew of news, 8:30, 9:45, 10. That's great. And then we do have, Steve, remind me, because I will forget, but we need to start trading the crude oil number. I know you reminded me yesterday or the day before, but this week I've been so sick, I haven't had the energy, but my energy's coming back now. So we have a natural gas number coming out at 10:30. So we can trade that. We got a lot of news today, which is good. There's a lot of opportunities. And then tomorrow, non-farm payrolls, guys, will be really big. Okay. So with this news coming out, jobless claims at 8:30, let's get ready. What do we want to trade? Well, we know we're interested in the metals. That's what we'll keep an eye on. Guys, look at silver. It's just, sorry, 22.66. It's just heading straight down. Go to the hourly charts here, guys. Oh, yeah. So, you know, this is where I wait for pullbacks, because that's the way that I like to trade. If you chase these things, more often than not, it's not going to work out too well for you. So in the long run, I think just picking spots, because also when you pick spots, it forces you to be patient and plan your trades and then trade your plan, right? So my spot for silver, it's kind of looking at some of the other charts here. Yeah, I mean, up into that 22.85 level now, anywhere up there. Good overall level to go short. So then if we looked at the, and the reason I'm doing this right now, guys, is because this number is coming out in 7 minutes, and it could cause a lot of volatility. So it could cause silver to spike to the level where I would consider a short. which right now, you know, that would be up into that 84 level. So if we got up into that 84, 85 level on silver, that's a good spot that I'll be watching, because the daily energy is super, super down today. I mean, it's bearish. Weekly's down, dollar's strong, everything's down. So we just want to pick a spot where, hey, if we get lucky and the news spikes it up, great. It's like free money. Take the short and write it back down, right? Doesn't work every time, but generally speaking, when you pick the right market based on the asset correlations and what you're seeing in that moment, and then match it up with some good OMA levels, you know, your hit rate is a lot higher than if you just go in blindly and gamble like an idiot, which we don't want to do. All right, so that's so silver. I'm going to look at a couple options for us. So silver is an option there, 22.84, and it may, the odds are it won't get there. Like right now we're at 22.60, but that's the only spot I'm willing to short it right now. Gold, remember what I said? I think it's going to be a little bit. We don't have a super fear trade on today. It's not like bonds are, taking off, in a big way. So I'm still open to shorting gold. Just got to be a bit more careful because of the money that could flow into gold on the back of the fear trade with strong bonds and strong dollar. But let's look for a level here on gold as well. Like I said, 2056, 2057, that's the level for gold. The level for silver was 22.84, 85, 86, somewhere in there. Just trying to keep all this in my COVID brain fogged head. Look at copper. I said copper we're probably not going to trade because of the cross currents there with the indices, but now let's look at platinum. Platinum can set up good news trades because it's a thin market, right? So it can just really get a bit crazy, which can set up nice trades. So, oh yeah, platinum. So yeah, there's a short I should have. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to start even earlier, Steve, because I need more time to prepare with all these markets. Well, today was, the first of the month, but that was a good short on platinum. I can guarantee you, I didn't check platinum at the 8 a.m. for some reason, but trending down, nice pullback. There's a short. That's okay. Like I said, I'm cutting myself a bit more slack for this week, being sick, but platinum already gave a good short at 8 a.m. All right. Because the bonds, I think, looks to me like the reason I think bonds are going to be pretty choppy and hard to trade, excuse me, it's just what I'm seeing. You have a potentially strong daily resistance pattern that's going to try and exert downward pressure on price, but you're breaking some key weekly resistance levels potentially. So you have, at these cross currents. You want to trade the market that's giving you the one current in one direction when you can identify it. And for us, that will be silver, gold, or platinum. Platinum. Breaking my heart, platinum. I should have shorted you at 8 o'clock. Let's look at, and that's the thing. Okay, it's always a lesson, right? When I sit here, because I'm sharing this with you guys, because obviously, even though I've been doing this for a long time, I'm human too. I get, feelings and emotions about this stuff, right? So, like, yeah, I would have loved to be fucking short platinum right there. I wish I would have checked it at 8 a.m. I don't know how I missed it. I did. It doesn't matter because I can't now stay there. That's not going to do any good for me other than just tell myself, okay, try and maybe start the live stream a little early so you have time to do the pre-market prep and all that stuff. And then you won't miss those, right? So, okay. And then just move on and forget about it. That's really important. Whereas a lot of people, especially when it's early in your career or whatever, you're just starting out, you're going to sit here and just obsess about that one trade you missed all day. That's just going to fuck up all the rest of your trades. So I'm sharing that with you guys because the immediate emotion that comes up in me, yeah, it is the emotion. Be like, oh man, and then I know from so much time doing this, I just immediately switch that over. Like, it's fine. There'll be more trades. Don't worry. It's not going to do any good focusing on the trade you didn't take. What matters is the trades you do take. That's important. All right. We've got 2 minutes here. So I will, yes. I'm going to look at Look, because I think silver is just too far away. Excuse me. Silver is just too far away from its resistance level. I mean, I'm keeping it, guys. Even I have to watch one chart here for us, but when the news comes out, I'm watching the scoreboard, so I'm seeing the prices, and if I see something go to one of our levels on one of the markets we want, then I will flop to that market. And hopefully Quant Tower won't give us any issues. For those of you who saw FOMC with us yesterday, you know, as I test these challenges and learn how to exploit the challenge system with my particular edge, I'm learning that sometimes when you want to access a particular market, you can't. Yesterday when I wanted to short silver, I think that was another thing, Steve, that threw me off with that silver trade. Remember, I was trying to load the silver DOM for like 5 minutes, and Rhythmic, you know, it was all like, you know, not letting me. So let's look at, I'm going to bring up gold, you guys. If it'll let me, let's watch. Okay, here's gold. So let's keep an eye on gold. And then let's see what Steve said about yeah, nice spot with silver at 22.83 exactly. You like ZN? From what side do you like ZN, Steve? You let me know while I keep an eye on gold here for us. I mean, the daily pattern on gold, I mean, you still got a lot of resistance up in here. 57. Let's go look and see if silver or platinum are doing anything for us. Silver still at 22.64. So it'd be great if silver come back up here. Copper. Dr. Copper. Copper, you just got to be a little more careful with today because of the indices. But certainly, if copper on the, I'm not going to trade it here on news, but at the 9 a.m. close, if we got a spike up here to 3.87, that could be potentially setting up a good exhaust reversal short for copper. So we'll keep an eye on that. We get platinum. Platinum just getting torched every time I look at platinum. You guys, it's true. Every time I look at platinum now, that the emotion comes up like, oh, and then I just, no, don't get upset. So you're not alone if that happens to you. But the difference is how you respond to the emotion that's coming up. That's what will make or break you. All right, let's see how the indices are reacting to this number. I don't know what the number is. I don't really care. I want to see what how the market is interpreting the number. So ES is basically nothing. Let's look at NQ. Pretty cool. My nephew in Virginia can start watching my live streams and learn how to trade when he's like 11 years old before school. Here's NASDAQ. Yeah, not doing a lot. Okay, we can check in on the bonds. So Steve liked ZN. Yeah, you know, there's a lot of resistance up here, Steve, but I'd be careful. We're breaking through some weekly resistance and daily resistance. So that's why I'm not shorting up here, because I don't want to short when we're breaking through that resistance. You see, this is the thing too about, like, that's what's so cool with Steve taking the course. He tells me, hey, you know, I want to maybe look for a short on 10-year Treasury ZN up here, and you get immediate feedback from the guy who fucking, you know, created the course. I wouldn't really do that because look, we're kind of breaking the resistance. So that's also like a hell of a positive way to learn when you can get the concepts reinforced every single day. You do your analysis. It's like getting your homework checked all the time in real time. So yeah, Steve, I'd be careful shorting here. Now, that doesn't mean it's not going to react and maybe go down. It might, but you just, like, why? The way I look at it, guys, is why take a trade where you've got, you know, we're breaking weekly resistance. Why do I want to short that? There are better markets where everything will be more lined up, right? So that's why I wouldn't take the, it was a good analysis, Steve. I'm not putting you down or anything. I'm just telling you why I wouldn't short it. I want you to hang on to the money that you made yesterday. Yeah, see, that's the thing too, Steve. Like, it's so hard to quantify the unquantifiable, you know? Like, it's because it's not about the money you're making either. It's about the money. How many times have you not lost on a trade because I've been like, no, I wouldn't do that. Like, I'm not right every time, but I'm a lot more right than I'm wrong. And that's not hubris. That's not bragging. That's just using charts and using common sense of where to take trades. Yeah, instant feedback is key. Not a lot of that out there that I'm seeing. Okay, so yeah, bonds are pushing higher, guys. So I think bonds are squeezing right now because of this flight to safety, and also there's probably some shorts that are getting squeezed here, right? So I think bonds are going to keep squeezing. Now the question is, again, what I will continue to do is keep an eye on: does the dollar maintain its strength against the euro while bonds are squeezing? If so, that's the fear trade. And, you know, shorting silver on any, or platinum, or copper. Copper, I guess. Copper is not bad because the indices are under pressure, but really any of the metals, it's just going to be in good shorting all day. So let's just wait and see. I'm going to wait till the close here for copper. The hourly close. Let's look at, I want to look at the euro again on the daily chart to see what's my prognosis for the dollar today. Where do I think the dollar is going? Because that's going to determine a lot. Yeah, I mean, you do have a potentially strong support level there at, 108.20. That could cause a bounce today. So we'll keep an eye on the euro. Because if the euro starts, this is the euro against the dollar on the futures, if we start to rally back toward 109, that, what that means is you're going to have the indices at that point. If the dollar starts to lose ground, euro starts to rally, bonds are getting bid. You see, if bonds are getting bid and rates are coming down, that's stock market positive, but only if the dollar is not catching a bid. So if the dollar starts to, break and the euro starts to catch the bid and we start pushing higher, then with bonds pushing higher and rates coming down, you shift. You say you no longer want to short metals because, you don't have the tailwind of the dollar anymore. You go to potentially longing indices, right? Because the Nasdaq's got a very nice daily support pattern for today. So I'm not saying that's going to happen, but this is what we'll keep an eye on to make sure we try and pick the best market to trade in that moment. All right. Let me know if you guys have any questions. I'm going to drink some water. Something. What my graphic design guy said. All right, so let's oh, I got centering here. Yeah, so you see, like right now it's no problem. I could load gold on the quant tower. Let's try silver. Yeah, you see I can load silver. But yesterday when I wanted to short silver, I couldn't load silver to save my life on the quant tower. So I had to restart the quant tower. I think that was one of the things. Trade. And I guys, just be careful to challenge companies, as if trading is not hard enough on its own, right? The challenge companies will play games. Trust me. They're like a casino, basically. And you can, the reason I'm trying the challenges is because, hey, if I can find a way to exploit that system and put their money at risk, why not? I mean, It's only a little bit of an experiment for me. I'm trying it. We'll see how it goes. If not, I'll go back to trading my own money. But with the challenges, just be aware that they will play games. It's a fact. Like you'll be close to passing a challenge maybe, and then you're trying to get in on a trade, or you can't open the DOM. I mean, it's just be prepared for that, and don't let it send you into a spiral. If something bad happens, just take a deep breath, walk away, come back, recenter, because you can't let the adversities get you down. Really important. All right, so let's do our check here for 9 a.m. coming up. Start with, you can see the euro is pushing now. We're at 108.44. So that number, let's see where that number, the jobs came out. Let's see the jobs. So this was initial jobless claims. I think that's the big one. Came out at 224 for a forecast of 212, and it was revised 215. So I guess maybe you would interpret that as, more people are filing for jobless claims, so signs of the economy weakening. So people think, okay, then maybe the Fed will lower sooner, so bonds push higher, rates drop, euro catches a bid. So it's more of a risk-on type of number, which is what we see from that number so far. Good to know. All right, let's do our check. So for ES here, I think you're going to see a pretty good bounce on ES and NQ today out of these support levels, especially if bonds continue to catch the bid with the euro catching a bid against the dollar. So question is that a support level there on ES? Not really, but we'll revisit it. Let's look at NQ. We'll look at all the indices. We're going to look at all the markets. Every single hour, I got to get more diligent about that so I don't miss those trades like platinum. That sucked. So NASDAQ here, guys. I mean, on the daily chart, for those of you who like to scalp the NASDAQ, there would be so much benefit for you to just have this stream running and listen to which direction I think we're going, and then just don't scalp in the direction I'm telling you not to scalp in. So here on the NASDAQ, I mean, you got an enormous amount of temporary support here that I think is going to at least probably see us drive back up to, I don't know, probably yesterday's high or higher. I don't know. We'll see. We're going to, the scoreboard will determine that. But the point is that there's a lot of support now on the NASDAQ, and we're closer. If the scoreboard stays the way it is now, we are much closer to the low of the day than what I believe will be the high of the day, which means we can look for longs in smart spots. So, if the NASDAQ, let's say this hourly here, if this was to close down here, retest these lows down here, I could be interested in buying that for the next push up. So keep an eye on the NASDAQ. But I work off the hourly closes, guys. You say, well, why do I work off the closes? Because I follow too many markets and I'm streaming and stuff. I can't just like set orders and then go look at other. I'll forget about orders. So I just wait. I see, okay, I know I like this area on the NASDAQ down here. If it closes down there, I could be interested in longing it. But then another reason I don't set orders until I'm really ready to take the trade is because a lot can happen in the market in 18 minutes until this hourly bar closes. And I don't place my final order till I see that I'm placing the trade at the right spot with OMA, but also with what the scoreboard is telling us, at that moment. So that's the way that I trade. Let's look at the Dow. Okay. So the Dow, think about this. Got oh, the Dow just looks you're in a nicer weekly support area for the S&P and the NASDAQ. I mean, the Dow doesn't look bad here, but I'm not interested in trades that don't look bad. I'm interested in the trades that look actually good. I'm just not nuts about this in terms of what I'm seeing. Are there, but we'll see. It's just, if the Dow was to suck back up here to 38.3 and close back up within these lows, you know, look, here's the daily for the Dow. That could be the catalyst there to push us back up, at least back up in here. We'll see. Keep an eye on the Dow. I would prefer the NASDAQ just based on what I'm seeing, but again, I would want it down into, what was that number? I'm checking the NASDAQ. Yeah, down into 17,310 or somewhere down in there. Look at the Russell. Yeah, the Russell overall just still looking weaker than the rest. Look at the 10-year, because the 10-year is going to be a really important driver here. So if you see on the 10-year, by the way, guys, I know I got to shave, look like a homeless person, but I told myself as soon as I'm feeling better, I'll shave. In the meantime, I really don't give a shit. So I'm not shaving. Just thought about that. Open the camera. I was like, Jesus, I got to shave. Oh, sorry, Steve. Didn't mean to say Jesus. Okay. So the 10-year here. Yeah. I'm not going to short this because of what we talked about earlier. We're breaking weekly resistance. You guys had COVID, you know, where you just drains the fuck out of your energy levels. All right, let's look at this is the 30-year, kind of the same thing. You have more resistance up here on the 30-year. Let's look at the Ultra bond. You're breaking a lot of, I think shorting bonds here is just not smart, like at all. So I think bonds look like they're off to the races here. They're breaking, I mean, I'm not going to buy them, but they're breaking a lot of, this is the kind of thing where bonds keep pushing higher like this. You just wait for a pullback to go long bonds. You don't chase them. But they give us a lot of information that, you know, rates are really dropping right now. So if that, it's the dollar still, you know, we don't have the final confirmation yet if this is a fear trade or if this is actually just money moving into bonds, which is going to lower some rates and actually help the stock market. We don't know that yet. We got to keep an eye on the dollar and we got to keep an eye on the indices too. Look at gold. Yeah, see, so gold's pulled back to my resistance level now, right? And you say, well, gee, Andy, you said 2057. Yeah, I did, and I'm watching it. But guess what? We're breaking that. And, you know, what do we have? We got the bonds rallying and rates are dropping. And when I liked shorting metals, what did I say? We had a dollar that was really nicely gaining ground against the euro, whereas right now the dollar is giving a lot back. So you see, this is how you connect the dots and you keep yourself out of trouble. So, gold, you know, gold could, we'll see later, but certainly at the 10 o'clock, I want to see if the 4-hour chart here stays in congestion. It could be interested in shorting gold up a little higher, but definitely not here because it's I can see with Owings market analysis, it's breaking my resistance levels. So, you know, call me crazy, but I don't short when resistance is breaking. I try to short when I think resistance is going to hold. It's just the way I like to operate. Look at silver, but this is good because if gold is bouncing, hopefully silver can bounce. I mean, I don't think, we'll see what happens to silver, but silver looks very weak. I think gold is bouncing more again because there is still an element to this fear trade, which is why bonds are rallying and now gold's catching a bid. Yeah, see now the dollar, if the dollar can, we're at 0843 on the euro future, so we can get back down to the 30s. If bonds are rallying and gold's rallying and the dollar can get back into the 30s against the euro, 108, 39, 38, and silver pops, then we short silver. There you go. 8:48. We got 12 minutes. I mean, it would be amazing if silver could fire back up into this 84 level, our original level up here. And then, you know, we're going to watch the dollar and everything else, but it could be a good short. And today, I have a little bit more energy to deal with all the shenanigans that silver is going to throw at me. So silver is one we might be shorting, depending if we can get a little bit of a bounce. Or even if it closes up here, I may set an order up here. Copper. Let's see. Yeah, Steve said you kept me out of a bad short earlier this week. Yeah, I remember that. Silver is bouncing. I'm just reading Steve's comments, you guys. Silver is bouncing a little. Hope it keeps. Yeah, I hope it keeps pushing higher. The higher silver goes, guys, I think the better the short. Yeah, gold I think is catching too much of a bid for the fear trade with what I'm seeing in bonds. So I think my original idea to kind of stay away from gold is smarter because there's easier trades like shorting silver or platinum if it bounces. Yeah, I think if bonds look like they're going to continue to stay strong for the day and they pull back to that level, yeah, you could potentially play long that level, Steve. I'll keep an eye on that. Give me a lot of good opportunities. Well, there's lots of good opportunities all the time, but this is just the most fun way of trading. It's like so interesting to look at all the markets and how they're constantly shifting and then find the right market to trade with OMA and look at the different levels. I mean, it's a lot of fun. All right, let's look at crude. I don't want to forget a market. I gotta blow my nose while we... Man, I'll be so happy when this thing... That's just the thing that's so weird about COVID, right? It's like, you have like a flu and a cold. You got like everything at once. And it's just like, I want to tell it to fuck off. Frustrating. You're sneezing, your nose is running, and you've got like a flu type thing. Like, gee, it's almost like it was... I can't say that on YouTube or I'll get kicked off. I'm gonna say it's almost like it was... You guys can fill in the blank. All right. Let's see. This is crude oil. The crude... Yeah, the long side of crude... Not too bad if we get a flush, maybe back down toward the lows. I'm not gonna do anything. I think silver, if we can just push a little higher. I'm gonna be liking silver for a short coming up on the 9 o'clock hour. Let's look at yeah, so here I'll show you guys. This is the euro, right? This is the key. Keys to the kingdom. The question is, see this hourly challenging that old top there? Is the euro going to stop gaining here, and are we going to reverse and the dollar get strong again? Because if that does happen, you know, that's great indications that the fear trade is underway, you know, which means silver would be a great short the higher it goes. So keep an eye on the euro. See right now, remember I said get back solidly into the 108.30s. That's what I'm looking at. Certainly the hourly volume profile here is showing us that we've got a lot of distribution up here. So that's good. We've also got the weekly VWAP up around 108.50 here. That's good. We'll see. You can see a lot goes into planning every trade, guys. This is how you give yourself a good shot of not stepping in shit too often. Still happens. No matter how good you are, you're still gonna get punched in the face, but hopefully just minimize the damage as much as possible by having good, solid trade selection. All right, 8:53 a.m. Final check heading into 9 a.m. to see what we want to trade. Here's ES. Thank you. Nope. I like them. My original thesis I like a lot better. So bonds, let's see if bonds, see, because I want to look and see, even though I'm not trading bonds, are they going to close strong here? I mean, the 10-year looks nice and strong here. We're breaking through some key 4-hour resistance, guys, over here. Look at this. That's that push high yesterday after FOMC. I mean, the 10 years looking strong, right? There's a lot of money coming in for this flight to safety, which is good. Dollar is at 0838. When I say the dollar is at, just know I'm talking about the Euro futures contract, okay? It's at 0838. A 30-year is 30-year looking very strong. Bonds are something spooking bonds, guys. I don't know if it's that the US is going to unleash hell on Iran over the weekend, and this is, you know, a fear trade because big people know that there's a big war about to unleash. You know, you'll see money from the markets. Markets will always give you the footprints, but there is, you know, it takes a lot of money to move bonds like this. I mean, you look at what bonds have done the last couple days here. This is a big, I mean, this is big. There's a little bit of a fear trade here. Look at the ultra bond. Again, I'm just checking these heading into the hourly close. Yeah, just to see that they're holding their momentum. They are. So gold, again, we're not shorting gold because it's going to benefit a little from this fear trade. You can already see that it is rallying. So we don't want that. Silver. Silver could be the good. I mean, I would love silver to, man, up into 22.84, 85. And if the hour can punch up there in the next 5 minutes, that would just set up a. I have my reasons for saying why I wanted to punch up there. It's because when I use OMA, there's, you know, I'm not only using everything you're seeing here, but I'm also using the OMA that hasn't formed yet, that's forming based on the math of the current bar. So where the current bar closes is actually very important because it shifts these different OMA levels that have yet to lock into place. I understand that sounds probably confusing to you guys, but just take my word for it. So if silver can punch up there, that would be sweet. We'd have to short silver. We just have to. I can't see how we wouldn't. Especially if the dollar stays strong. We're at the 0836. Yeah. Because the only question is, is silver, you know, you're in an hourly trend down. Are we entering congestion to reverse back to the upside? I mean, anything's possible, but I don't really see that right now. Let's look at copper. We've got 3 minutes. Oh, look, copper just got smoked. What did I say earlier? Watch 388. Well, you see, but I don't set orders because I just don't. But look, it's a good sign if we want to short silver that copper just got whacked. So that it just gives you more confirmation on that trade. We get platinum. I mean, platinum's being taken out to the, what is it called? Taken out to the wood house, the shed house. I don't know. I'm losing my colloquialisms at the moment, but platinum's just getting smoked, which is great. We love to see that. Euro dollar 0835, guys. It's nice. So silver's the pick. We've got silver up on the DOM here, and I've got to pick my level. I really, you know, I would love it to push up to 84. Because this is what you want to see. You just want to see it just pushing a little higher. Now, this is going to be up to you guys. I'm giving you analysis. I'm telling you what I'm doing. And when I put an order, you'll see it on the screen. But, Steve, you know, whenever I tell Steve the analysis, I'm sitting here waiting for my order. And, you know, Steve, my newest student, he's like, oh, no, Andy, I'm already short silver. I'm like, this guy's fucking using my analysis better than I use it, which is great. I love that. So, Steve, I'm going to start asking you. I'm waiting for silver to get to 22.84. Where are you going to short silver, Steve? That'll give me a better indication. Let's look at the volume, the hourly volume profile here for silver. I mean, you got to be, I think if we're closing above the point of control here on the hourly, it could be exactly what we need. A lot's going to depend on where that closes, but I'm going to be looking for the short up there around 84. And again, that's also, let's see, it's 8:59, so we got the close here in a sec. And then we got the stock market trade at the open, guys. We will trade, you know, we'll look for our key levels like we always do. But right now, silver's in play. We did just see copper get whacked, which is great. Platinum's collapsing. We're not going to short gold right now because of the flight to safety. Bonds are bid. Dollar's catching a nice bid against the euro for now. So this is, all signs are that silver is probably a good short up in here somewhere. So let's see. I will let you know. You'll see where I put the order. Yeah, I'm thinking up there into, I'm going to put the order at 84. And I may not get filled, you guys, but I just I gotta put it where I gotta put it. So hopefully you can see my order up there. Let's see, what did Steve say? We got to check with Steve, guys. So let's see. Oh yeah, this is a very proactive way of trading for sure. And I'm proactive too because my level is 84. So if it gets up there and I get filled, I want to see it. You know, if I'm in a good spot where other big sellers are waiting to sell, then once I get into the trade, it'll drop. Right? You get immediate confirmation. And if it doesn't do that, I got no problem just scratching the trade. So we'll see what happens. So Steve is going to try and get short silver at 22. So you're going to try and get short silver at 22.9? You're waiting for it to go that much higher? Okay, could. $22.88, I could see. Could meet you in the middle there. Go ahead and I'll lift it to 88. I like 88 as a potential, maybe. Let's see. If it gets up to 88, I mean, it needs to get shut down pretty hard. So, guys, I moved my short order to 88 for silver. Gold's at 59. Yeah, dollar's still looking okay against the euro. Bonds are still catching a nice bid. I think we got to like it getting filled up there. Give it a shot at least. Here's our hourly silver chart. I'm looking to get short right here, guys, at 88. We have a lot of potential OMA resistance up in there, and got a lot of other reasons based on the scoreboard. So I think I like this. Let's see what happens. Especially if gold, I mean, gold's still 59. You know, copper, the other industrial metal, just the way it got sold into there is really, really encouraging. If copper keeps dropping like this and silver just gives us a nice little pop and fills us, we got to love our silver short. Nothing's guaranteed, but, you know, looking at the scoreboard here, if copper keeps dropping, and this could be silver trying to fish up and take some stops. Hopefully, if it does, then we'll get filled short and it'll be a good trade. Or silver's going to catch a safety bid because it's a precious metal. But usually gold bonds will catch the safety bid and silver won't. So I'm banking on, you know, silver failing at this 88 level. But we're going to find out soon. Let's see. The Euro US is 0836. The futures, that's good. Platinum 911. Copper 3.86. We like that. Gold 59. Bonds still catching a bid. So I think you got to like this overall. Still got your order at 0.9, Steve? Well, we'll see, guys. And you say, okay, if I'm willing to get short at 88, how much am I willing to risk on that trade for silver? You know, I suppose about 5 cents to about 93-ish. That's $250 per contract. I don't really use stops, but that's my general idea on the trade. I guess I'll put in a stop here. I'm not going to put in a stop. I'm trying to get short 88. I got to figure out how Quant Tower works, guys, for this challenge and all this kind of stuff. You've got a lot of stuff there at 88. I mean, I would hope if it punches up there and we do get filled, that it gets slammed down pretty quick. Then you say, okay, well, where would I take profit? We'll see. You know, this is a challenge. So I've got 10 of them over here. You can see. So, you know, you got to worry about that trailing draw and all that stuff. So I don't know if I got filled silver and it dropped a quick 10 cents and I was up 500, I'd probably just close it. But let's see. First, you got to get filled, then we got to see what the scoreboard's doing and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I like this overall level up there, 88, 89. Look, this is the way I like to plan the trades. If silver ends up firing straight up and through this level, then you know that's just so be it. We have enough signs that it's a good spot to try and put on a little risk, and I'll usually be able to see it as well. You know, if we do get filled, you can kind of see, like, if it just stubbornly stays there and doesn't back off, that's not a good sign, you know. And sometimes I'll just get out. Sometimes it'll just fill and go straight through and you just lose, but no. Trading is full of risk. Life is full of risk. It is what it is. I like the trade. I'm hoping we can get filled and make some money on silver so then we can turn our attention to the stock market opening. I mean, over here on the 4-hour, you got a nice trend run to the downside silver. I mean, you got a lot of resistance up here. Bonds are still staying elevated. Copper and platinum are still under pressure. Oh yeah, guys, dollar is 08.32 now against the euro. We like that. Come on, silver, get up there. Remember, this was kind of my first little spot here at 84, but I'm moving it back to 88 because Steve was at 90. Funny enough, my student picks entry spots better than me. So I'm taking your entry spots, your entry levels into account now, Steve. More water here soon, but I don't want to leave while we're waiting for a trade. It always happens too. Like, my child just got home from preschool and she's always a wreck when she gets home from preschool because she's tired and, you know, all that good stuff. And it's like right when I'm about to put on a trade, she just starts, like, she's upstairs and on the other side of the house, but she just starts screaming. It's like, okay, you know, can I not? It's incredible. And then I have to go upstairs and go, hi, sweetheart, can you please not scream? Because it's you know, trading, you get enough to deal with when you're trading. You don't need to listen to your little one scream. My little one screams. She is a screamer. She just screams about everything. She's 4 years old. She doesn't get what she wants. She's too spoiled. She really is. She's very sweet, but she's spoiled rotten. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Maybe my original level of 83 was a good spot to try and short, but I can see the evidence. You know, on the 4-hour, you got the near high here, right up in there. You got the 4-hour trend line pressing down also right into that level. So you do have, you know, that 88 level. It's going to be somewhere in this zone, and, you know, maybe we'll miss it, but I think 88 is, you know, decent. There's always more trades, guys. You just put the order where you want to put the order, where you feel comfortable getting into the trade, and then you just let it go. What I'm going to do is I'm going to leave my order here, but what I'm going to do is just cancel it because I got to go upstairs and yell at my child. But I got to put in a stop. Go. Here's the stop. So 88. What did I say for the stop? Like 93. Okay. All right, guys. I'll be right back. I got to get some water. My order to short silver is 88. My stop's 93. Let's see what happens, but I'll be back. All right, guys, the good news. My child was happy. She was screaming because she was so happy. All right, well, our order's in. We'll see. This is either gonna work or it's not gonna work. For it, so find out soon. My hand on the flatten. Okay, that's not looking good. Probably gonna have to cut this here in a sec. Because that scooted through a little too fast. All right, I'm taking the loss there, guys. Just cutting it. You see, it didn't respect the level at all. And now I just let it do what it's gonna do. Let's see. Catching an unusually strong bid here. So what did I drop on that one? I think I lost about 100. That's like 120 bucks or something. Loss is small. I like silver up here somewhere. It just might be gunning more for that $23 level, so we'll see. Let's you still got the dollar is still 108.36. I mean, let's look at copper. And copper is still under pressure here. Kind of an interesting. Got platinum not catching the bid. But you got gold and silver off to the frickin' races. This is a bit weird. Gold I understand because of the flight to safety, but I guess silver appears to be benefiting from that as well. You see, guys, that was also a good lesson, right? You see how I cut it quickly, and now silver's at 22.93, right? So my original risk on that trade was like 250 bucks, but I got out of it with a $125 stop loss because I can see immediately it's not working. So just cut it, right? You don't need to. It's really important to just get out of the trade, and you need to worry about it. I had a good short from bonds earlier, so a slightly plus on the day. Interesting. Let's see what bonds are doing, because silver's really, here's gold, but let's look at the 10-year. Silver's really, so silver's kind of reacting like gold right now. Now the question is with silver is we've got, I mean, if we go, I'll tell you right now, even though I took that small loss, I mean, if this 2304 level up here on silver, I mean, that should be very strong resistance. I'm going to have to keep an eye on that level. Might have to short it up there again. The dollar is not, I mean, the euro is not like taking off against the dollar. We're still at 108.39. Bonds are still very bid. Copper and platinum aren't following silver to the upside. I don't think silver should be reacting the same way that gold and bonds are to this current fear trade. I think they're just, you know, silver will do this sometimes, you guys. You know, it's a thin market, so it'll just go up and, you can already see on the volume profile we're setting up for the potential tail up here. So if we were to squeeze up to 04, I'd probably have to try and short, betting on maybe that it would fall back down and close down in here. Let's see, you got to be careful, but yeah, we also have the VWAP from last month finished right there at 2305. And you've got weekly VWAP up there at 2312. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. But more importantly, the OMA that you've got here at 2305 lining up with the 23. Yeah, the VWAP from last month where we closed was 06. And then here, so if we get up to 05, 06, I'm going to have to take a quick shot and just take another small loss. I take another small loss, but I'm going to have to, I mean, at this point, I'm just praying that we jump up there to 05. That's what I'm looking for, guys. I'm looking, let's all pray. You know, they say that collective prayer is powerful. Let's pray that silver gets up to 2304, 05 so we can short. That's what I'm doing anyways. Steve, how you doing? Check in on ES here. We're waiting to short silver a little higher up. 2304, 05 would be an absolute gift. It can get there. It's firing up. So the indices, yeah, especially if silver is rallying right now and the indices aren't, still at 0839 on the futures. Platinum 930. I mean, look, platinum's trying to mount a little bit of a rally, but nothing like what silver's doing. Copper as well. Look, guys, copper's still kind of just sitting here, got whacked down. So I think, yeah, gold is rallying, but that's because bonds are rallying because there's some sort of a flight to safety. So I just don't think silver is going to get the same type of benefit from the flight to safety, but you never know. Anyways, we're going to, if it gets up there, 2305-ish, I might have to short, and if it just blasts through that level, then just cut it quickly. That's all you can do, right? Let's see. Oh, hey, all you can do is put them on, see what happens. All right, so we got silver futures here. We're looking for this 2305 level. I mean, look, the dollar's staying we're still at 0837. So it's not like the euro's catching a huge bid here. So this is I think silver is just catching a bid right now because gold is catching a bid. But the only reason gold is catching a bid is because bonds are catching a bid because there's a flight to safety, because the dollar's telling us there's a flight to safety. And so silver, I think, is going to run into a brick wall. Might be wrong, but that's just my feeling about it. Question is, where do I want to try to get long? Sorry, short. I guess 05. All right, guys, I got an order at 05. You can see it there. I'm going to handle it the same way I did the last one. You know, that's the level now that has to hold. And if it doesn't, then hopefully I'll have a chance to cut it quickly like I did the last one. Usually you can see if a level is going to fail. You can see it. Yeah, 2308, 2307. I don't know, you got a lot of resistance there too at 05. Maybe you got that 06.5. I'll do 06. I think 06 is all right. With a stop at like, I'll do 06 with a stop at like 10. That's 4 cents on silver. It's $200. We having fun? I'm having fun. How's my audio, Steve? It was cutting out the other day, but I think the angle of the mic is better now. And for me, that's what I like to do, is just try to keep losses small, and then the rest takes care of itself. Sounds good. Okay, good. Let's check in with copper here. Look, guys, copper's heading lower. That's a good sign. Platinum's, you know, I think I would be happy to get filled silver stored up in here. The gold, because I do expect gold to be stronger, so I'm not really. I don't see silver as being in the same league as gold. We'll see. Find out again. Can't know until you bet. Forget who said that. I have it in a southern accent in my head. It must be from a movie. Can't know till you bet. So we're gonna have to find out. The order to short silver is at 06. I mean, copper's turning nicely. Euro's not going anywhere against the dollar. The only question for me for silver is, you know, I'm gonna have to see, because it may not get to 06. It may stall out around 04, and then I have to jump in. So I got to be ready to act in case if I see. I mean, we no longer have the tail on the volume profile. But all right, let's see. Interesting. We got some crazy volatility this morning. That's nice. We got the stock market opening here soon, but I gotta pay more attention to silver right now. So we're about to at least test my first level there at 04. How that goes. Keeping an eye on the volume profile as well. Euro US is at 0840. Gold is really firing. Gold's got to keep the key here is for the dollar. We're at 0839. If we can stay in the 30s, I like this short. But if the euro starts to put on some ground against the dollar, I'm not going to like it as much. And I want to see copper stay under pressure. I want to see copper stay under pressure. I want to see platinum. You know, platinum's rallying now, but overall platinum I think is still very weak today, so don't worry too much about platinum right. Look at bonds. I mean, bonds are so yeah, I with the bid that bonds are catching right now, sure, yields are dropping, that's benefiting, that could benefit, you know, gold and silver, but I think it's benefiting more gold because of the fear trade. I think this is all a fear trade right now. And silver is just riding the coattails of gold for right now. I don't think that's going to last. Check the news real quick, you guys. Stock market open in 6 minutes. Okay, so there's some banking crisis going on right now. Commercial real estate goes global. I'm looking at Zero Hedge. There's some bank that failed yesterday again. Hawkish pivot by the Bank of England. I don't see any crazy, you know, war headlines or anything. If we went to war, Steve, and I don't know about it, let me know, okay? All right. So I do like silver. I do like it up here. Oh, awesome to not be sick anymore. All right, so normally we'd be checking in with the stock market right now, but focused over here on silver. I mean, this level 2306, you guys, is the closing monthly VWAP for last month for silver. It's lining up nicely with some of our other Owings market analysis levels. The dollar against the euro is still at 108.40 even on the futures, so as long as the euro doesn't catch too much of a bid. Copper is still nicely under pressure, which is good. That's our other industrial metal. Look, guys, copper's going even lower here, so we gotta like this short on silver if we get filled. Copper keeps heading lower. You can see we've stalled a little bit here at 23, putting in a little bit of volume on the hourly profile up here, you can see, but so far where that volume is coming in, you know, we're holding above. I'd like to see us just push up here, maybe fill a short on a tail, and then sink back down to acceptance. And then if we can be short here, tail formation, acceptance, hold, roll over, you know, could potentially be a nice move. We'll see what happens. Or it'll fill us and blow straight through our level and something's going on that we don't understand. That happens sometimes. Not too often. But I do feel that right now the reason that silver is catching this bid is because it's benefiting from the flight to safety flows into bonds and gold. And I don't think silver is going to be able to hold on to that, especially if the dollar. Oh yeah, guys, back down to 0836 on, yeah. So as long as the dollar can stay in those 30s, or even if we get filled and then the dollar starts to gain and we go back down to 0830, 0825 for the euro futures, that means flight to safety full on, and silver should catch down to copper. So the only question for me on silver is going to be where to short. I mean, the fact that we stalled out quite a bit here into 23, I might lower my, but copper's heading lower as well. I might have to lower my order there to 04, even though we have the monthly VWAP there from last month at 06.5. I don't know. I'll leave it at 06 for now, but if I see it start to really stall at 04, I might have to just get in, but let's see. Stock market's opening in a couple minutes. Normally we'd watch it, but I gotta focus over here right now. I think this is the better play. Let's see. Because there might be a lot of stops above 23 for silver, so hopefully just kind of like, you can see in the price action, you can see, you know, the way it'll just kind of, it'll like zipper through the stops. So if you can get filled where stops are getting taken out, and you can see that happening, that's a great trade. Hopefully they're just going for the stops up here above 23, fill us, and then reverse. And you can get some volatility coming in here at the stock market open, which is, let's see. It is going to open in 2 seconds. Boom. See? Keep an eye on the scoreboard, you guys, while I watch this. Just watching. Remember, my first level is basically right there at 04. So let's see. Euro dollar still 08.36. There's 04. We're going to find out soon. You can see it hit my first level at 04 and stalled. I'll have it 06 for now. $08.35 for the euro. Pretty good. Okay, if I get filled and it doesn't get knocked down pretty quickly, I'm gonna fail. So I'll let you guys know. I'm in. Okay, that's a good first reaction. That's what we want to see. We really want this sucker to start dropping now. You got the good first reaction. Dollars 08.35. That's good. Watching the volume profile too. Just keeping an eye on this, you guys. I really got to go to the bathroom as well. Bad timing. Euro dollar, that's good. We're at 08.33, so the dollar's getting stronger. You know, if I got a quick snap down to like 96 for 10 cents, 500 bucks, I'd probably get out there. Because remember, I'm trading these challenges, so that trailing profit thing is kind of important. We'll see. That's kind of the initial idea. Or at least trail my stop down there. We got the initial reaction we like, but you know, with silver, you're not out of the woods. You can do anything. hopefully this pressure. The last area of acceptance was 96 down there, so we'll see. I don't want to see it jumping back up there. Not good. I don't like that it's getting picked up like this. Come on. Something's going on here. Stay short for now. A lot of strength here, so you got to respect that. Flat. I'm just going to take that half cent. See what happens, you guys, but I don't like that it's not respecting this level. I lost like I lost a tick there or something. It may, we'll see. I may have to re-enter, but yeah, maybe I got out a little too early. I'm going to re-enter if I can. I think I made a mistake, that's why. What happens when you have to pee? Yeah. Silver. I just walked away and went pee-pee. I stop. It's kind of a tough area, but I think this is where got a lot of resistance here. Okay, we'll see. Maybe my first instinct was correct. Gosh. Well, guys, I'm going to leave the stop there at 10. And mentally, I'm probably just going to count on it getting hit. But if I looked back on this trade with what I'm seeing on the scoreboard, I would have to stay short here, expecting some reaction. Euro US is 41. I mean, copper's copper's still pretty weak. Being stubborn up here. Hopefully we get a nice drop. I mean, we'll move down to 95 or something would be nice. So far, it's getting picked up every time it gets back to 03. We're short from 05. I made the mistake by basically pulling that first one around break even at 06. Had to re-enter 05, but see. Silver is a tough market to trade. It really is. It's getting picked up there around 03, so I want to break down and through 03. Down to 96 maybe. Previous acceptance zone on the hourly volume profile. So far it just keeps getting picked up. Guys, silver will, it's a toughie. Holding short for now. Watching the scoreboard. Gold 65. I don't have a good feeling about this. It's just not respecting. Give it a little more time. But I'm not nuts about it right now. Keeping an eye on stuff here. Euro's gaining a little against the dollar. We don't want to see that too much. Not looking good. I'm cutting it. We'll see what happens, guys, but this is just not. Silver's tough. Sometimes it'll do this, and then you'll get out and it'll just go your direction. But right now what I'm seeing is that it's just not respecting the level. So I think my initial instinct was, so far no damage. I'm down $100 on the day. So but I just kind of, there's something going on here that's not really making sense. We've got what should be a very strong resistance level, and it might end up being that. But now you've got the euro catching a little bit of a bid against the dollar. We do have, oh guys, we've got the got that S&P number coming out in 2 minutes. Those are tough. I bet you they're just holding silver up here to potentially whack it down. I gamble on these challenge accounts. Go short. Certainly the next line of resistance is the weekly VWAP there at 13. Yeah, shot clock ran out there for me on silver. I was not digging that shot clock at all. But I have a feeling this news that's coming out in 2 minutes. What is this one? This is the big one. The global manufacturing global manufacturing PMI at 945. And we also have ISM at 10. So we got some big news coming up. I think they're ramping silver up to take it back down is my feeling about it. Might have. Yeah, look, I think that's what they're doing. I wouldn't be surprised to see this thing collapse. It's so hard, like, trading through these news announcements. We got 30 seconds here. I think this is going to be a winning trade, and it's just getting fucked up price action because of this news. That's the reason. This will happen before the news. I think that's what's happening. We've got, I'm flat, but we'll see. It's 15 seconds. I mean, you can get crazy moves during the news. I don't want to gamble, so I'm just going to watch it for a sec. 5 seconds. Certainly a spike up to 13. We've got an order to short 13. Actually put it at 14. I put an order to short 14 and a half. Euro's not catching a we're still 43. See what happens here. Wild day today so far. Damage is minimal. I've got the order to short silver right now at 14 and a half. That's the weekly VWAP. And I mean, dollar's still strong. And we'll see where we close the hour. We got ISM at 10. That's going to be a biggie. But certainly if we're heading into ISM and this, excuse me, guys, I got the COVID going. Exciting times. If this hourly closes down in here heading into 10 o'clock with ISM, I might have to short silver, especially if the dollar is still in the 30s against the euro. Right now, I'm just seeing if I can get lucky and get filled on a spike up into the weekly VWAP up there, but unlikely, but I got the order in. It's just hard to know if this level is holding or not. I think there's a lot of resistance up here. Right, we got the natural gas news as well at 10:30. It's a tricky day. I mean, when you get a day like this, see, silver was just getting absolutely smoked. I mean, we're in the middle of a 50-cent reversal in silver. That's big, right? So it's if you're gonna have a challenging situation, this will be it, and then just try and manage it. Let's see. I want to see as well, what did the that came out, the manufacturing PMI came out at 50.7. It's a little hot. Could be a little hawkish. Euro US is 0843 on the futures. And that's like the thing too with copper. I mean, look at copper. This is why it's just shocking that silver is fight. But this is, guys, silver will do this. It will just fucking fight you. And it's just a different market. I don't know what it is about silver, but it's a, I think out of all the markets to trade, silver is one of the more difficult ones. I like it. When you get it right, man, it's fun. But it's a tough one overall. Here's gold. Silver's 04 now, so I think it's, I might have to reshort it at the hour, but then you got that news, which is the problem. But we might have to gamble on these challenges. Oh yeah, dollar back in there to, yeah. Yep. I think so. Dollar's back to 38. We get platinum. Big spike on platinum there. And we got the 10 o'clock 4-hourly close here. So look at ES. I think silver's a short up here. It's already back to that 03 level. It was just what it does. It just pushes higher. Stocks, look at wild price action. So it's a choppy day, as we suggested it would be. Well, this is the way you do it, guys. Manage your risk. You know, try and pick your spots. Keep the losses small. Just wait. Right now, I'm in each one of these accounts down $110. So, all right. How I like to do it. But silver, man, I just want to get short and just go away because I think it's fucking collapse. Let's look at bonds. We're getting ready here. I mean, yeah, look, bonds are on fire. You guys say en fuego. Little Espanol. I mean, look at bonds here. It's incredible. So rates are dropping. We know that. But it's not like the euro's on fire. Got to be a flight to safety that silver's just benefiting. Silver's catching this flight to safety bid temporarily because gold catching that. Silver. See, because copper is also telling a more true story. Breaking down. To get platinum. Weirdness here. All right, well, let's just get ready. I'll pull my order there on silver. I'm still interested in getting short up here somewhere, but let's do our check. We got 8 minutes, plus we got ISM, so big news announcement. Have to see. The indices are a mess. Kind of what we've been expecting. That's why you can see that the money pushing into bonds right now is a flight to safety because the indices aren't reacting to these lower yields. Yeah, we got natural gas news at 10:30. Thanks, Steve. So the indices aren't reacting right now to these lower yields, which tells me flight to safety, which means silver is benefiting, and I think silver's overdone. Even if gold keeps pushing higher, I don't think silver should follow it. Here's the Dow. I see Russell's dropping nicely. 10-year. Yeah, 10 years just fire. The bonds are as well. Let's look at gold again. Gold looks like it's gonna. I think gold and bonds are gonna continue to go higher on this flight to safety. Maybe that's the easier trade. Just wait for bonds to pull back and go long. But silver, I just, gosh, just see. You know, it's okay if it's wrong. It's like manage the risk, but I feel like there's just a lot of resistance here. Just looking back at the 4-hour chart here on silver, I think it's doing kind of one of these where it just pulls back and then gets torched like this. This is what I think we're seeing now. See, we had that big exhaust down, push back up, but see that one closed off. That gives you more. We want to see a close off the highs. You look here. Yeah. We'll see, you guys. Okay, we got 5 minutes. I'm just going to pee because that was hard to manage trades when you're live streaming. You're about to explode. I'll be right back. We'll see what's going on. We got ISM. It's a big one. We'll see what happens so far. Good day. You know, for me, we're plus minus break even. This is how I do it. I pick my spots. I wait. If I feel I'm wrong, I cut it quickly. And when I'm right, I try and let it run a little longer. And that's how we make money. Be right back. Let me go pee. All right, getting ready. I think, you know, I think this is a good lesson in, we'll see whatever happens with silver. My first level was 88 or whatever, and I cut that very fast. And then my second level was here, cut that fast twice. I think overall, you know, basically lost 250 on silver there, which that's okay. I mean, and I had a little cushion from a little bonds trade earlier in the day. So down 110 on the day. Not bad. Now I just got to stay patient, regroup, wait for the setups. We got ISM now at 10. So far, very choppy day, guys. And this is, you're seeing the reason it's choppy is because there's some big flight to safety thing going on. Bonds are fucking firing to the upside. So this is like some war premium heading into bonds, and gold is benefiting from that. Silver seems to be catching a little bit of a bid from that. You can see copper's lagging because that's more industrial, less precious. Crude, I mean, it's another thing. If the flight to say, if it's the war trade, you know, crude should potentially be benefiting, and it's not yet. A little too choppy there for crude. Got the number coming out momentarily. Euro's at 0847. Let's look at platinum. I think I don't want to short. Platinum might go, you know, back down, but that's also, that's a look at the volatility here on metals. We just gotta exercise patience. Copper, you know, looking good. I'm thinking out loud here, guys. That's why I'm doing this commentary here. Silver, we got ISM. It's gonna move things big time. Let's see if we can maybe catch something on the ultra bonds along on ISM. Here's I'm hoping bonds get knocked down. You know, ultra bonds, if we get knocked down here to like 116, 130.16 down here. So we'll see. I've got an order there at 130.16. Oh, you can see it stalled temporarily. I almost got filled. Do you guys see that? Oh, it almost worked. Yeah, that's how we like to do it. Let's see. I'm going to leave it there for a sec. 130.16. And we'll see if I get filled and it looks like it's going to smash straight through me. I got to get out, but I think there could be some support there. So let's see. ISM can be crazy. Bonds are bullish, so I'm just trying to use the ISM as a chance to get long a pullback. Oh, sorry if I screamed in your ears, guys. Hopefully the mic filtered it. The mic settings should filter it. So silver's at 22.98. Yeah, so silver is reacting to that level now. I thought sometimes they take it up to take it right back down, and it can be difficult trying to get into a position pre-news. Maybe I should have thought more about that. But look, on bonds, guys, I don't know how low it got there. Maybe, how low did it get? 21, so just a little more luck. Get filled on bonds and have it pop up there. You get a nice little trade. I'm going to leave the order there for now. Got the order to go long bonds at 130.16. You're still short 08. Nice, Steve. I can imagine must be a lot nicer to simply trade my analysis than be me and have to do the analysis, the live streaming, and the trading all at once. At some point, I'll probably just have to give you one of my accounts, Steve, that you can just use my analysis while I'm dealing with all this crap. Let's see. I still like the order there at 16 on the bonds, if we can get down there. May not, but yeah, thanks. I'm glad you're short, dude. That's awesome. You're rocking and rolling now. We're at 98. You're up 10 cents already on silver. Good job. Could have used your level. All right. Let me see. We pick our spots carefully here. Let's go back to silver. Yeah, you got a lot of support there at the middle of the moving average envelope there, so. Yeah, I don't know. Silver is kind of, it's still a lot of resistance up there. Kind of a tricky one. All right, so, well, look, guys, the idea right there on ISM, Ultra Bonds, really good idea. Right, we had our order at 16. You know, you never know. Sometimes it can snap down and you get it. So let's flatten that. Let's take a look at what we've got. Let's go check, make sure we're not missing anything. So far, navigating a challenging day very well. Look at ES. Quite choppy. Let's look at NQ. Oops, that's YM. Let's look at NQ. Well, we said the indices would be choppy. I think that was a good call. Get some kudos. I got to get one of those little, I'm just messing with you guys. I'm just having fun. But I got to get one of those little boards, you know, where you push it and then it does like the crowd cheering and clapping. All right. So here's the NQ. I think definitely there's a risk on war trade happening right now. So I think if we just stay patient, I do have a lot more energy today than I did yesterday with the COVID, so that's good. But I think if we stay patient, we can catch a good one here. Hey, see, there's the 10-year. That's a little bummer. I was going for the ultra bonds, but had I put my order on the 10-year, I probably would have got filled. I think bonds are going to continue to push higher is what it certainly looks like. So if we just stay patient and wait for a pullback on bonds, I think gold is going to continue to push higher on this flight to safety. You see, this is how you got to go into the day, guys, and then just, you know, you got to see what's developing. Now gold has quite a lot of support now into that 2057 area that I said would be resistance if it was going to be strong. It wasn't. And silver, I don't know, Steve, I might have booked that profit if I were you down into the middle, you know, down in here around 22.95, 22.96. But what you got to do, my friend. Look at copper, platinum. All right, for those just joining us, we're having a good day navigating the seas well. Almost got filled on a great long there on the back of ISM on the ultra bond here. This was the hourly chart. Whoop, it was very strange. Where did all my charts go? There we go. Super weird. I hit something on my keyboard that just made everything disappear. It's kind of like a magic trick. It was a magic trick to me. I was going to use my drawing tools. So we're trying to get long here. I'm still open to that general level because I think bonds are going to continue to be bid the rest of the day. Yeah, you've got the new monthly VWAP down there at 16. A lot of support down there, so that's nice. Let's go ahead and I got to get all my OBS and YouTube and that's funny. Because you know I use the keyboard for the drawing when every time you see me draw, I must have hit some weird key there that made everything disappear. All right, so we've got gonna do a little bit of a we're gonna get our bearings here. It's 10:07. The news is out of the way, except we do have natural gas at 10:30. Let's see what ISM came in as. 49 versus 47. So a little hot. You see, that should be with ISM coming a little hot, that global S&P PMI coming in a little bit hot, right? That should be bearish bonds, hawkish rates, but instead bonds continue to be bid and push higher, driving rates lower. So this is a fear trade that's going on right now. That's why you're seeing gold and bonds rally at the same time as yields are dropping, but the indices are not responding to that. That's really important. So what we can see is why the indices are confused right now, because yields are dropping. That should be positive for the indices, right? The euro is even, you know, we're 08.45 now, euro US. So no major rush into the dollar yet, but you can see the rush is into US denominated debt. Indices still very choppy. Silver's back to 08. Yeah, I think I'm happy with the way looking back, guys. No trading is never perfect, and it's all about, you know, how you manage your losers is probably the most important thing of all. So on that silver trade right there, I managed that small loss I'm very happy with the way I managed that because I really liked the short, but you got to be able to like the trade, you know, because you see a bunch of reasons you want to take it. But then when you see that it's just not behaving correctly, just take the small loss, move on to the next trade. I think that was a good example of that. All right, just want to cycle through here. Look at crude oil. Crude catching a nice bid here. Yeah. Yeah, that was look at Ethereum. Ethereum is now rallying. I'm looking at all the markets, guys, because I want to, you know, we're a couple hours into the trading session. I want to get a fresh perspective on the asset correlation. What's the scoreboard telling us? We've got Ethereum and Bitcoin rallying now. We've got the pound futures are kind of stuck in a range, just like the euro here. Here's the euro futures. Crude is trying to rally. Let's look back at platinum now. Platinum very wild. You know, big wild bars here on platinum, guys. Look at that. Very big. Anything on platinum right there, but we're at least catching a bid. Let's see what copper's doing. Yeah, copper kind of lackluster at the moment. Silver's back to 2308. So we'll just kind of let silver. Now you got quite a bit of resistance up there at 2320, but it's nothing. I don't really feel like I'm in the mood to short silver right now. Gold pushing, you know, gold and bonds I think are going to be bid the rest of the day. If we just wait for pullbacks on those, we should be in good shape. Look at the ultra bond. Breaking my heart, almost got filled there. Well, at least the idea was sound. Let's look at the 30-year. As you can see too, this is also sort of proof of this flight to safety going on right now. I mean, look, that thing snapped down and immediately just got gobbled right back up. That's why I saw that as a potential play to go long. That's why I put the order there at 16. I just missed getting filled because we're trending up on bonds. You got a flight to safety. ISM, hey, maybe it'll whack it down. And it did. It's just you never know. Like, I chose to do it on ultra bonds that time. But the 10-year is where it actually ended up, you know, really getting down into the pocket here. So that's okay. Well, now the 10-year is coming back down in the pocket. So, I mean, if the 10-year can get down to 19, I'd be interested. If Font Tower will allow me. There it is. So, yeah, if the 10-year get back down to 19, I'm going to put an order to go long two contracts of the 10-year at 112.19. Might even go 3 contracts. Go 3. We'll keep it 2. It's fine. All right. I like this because the hourly is trending up nicely. You know, we're pretty well supported across the board on bonds right now. Gold and silver rallying. So, I mean, this is worth, in my view, this is worth it to see if the 10-year wants to pop down there. And if it fills us and jumps back up, I think it's worth a shot. With fills us and doesn't jump back up, we'll take the loss quickly again. So let's see. Try and go long the 10-year here. Good day though, I think, because you can see there's a lot going on. I think there's going to be some really good volatility the whole day. I might just stream, depending how much energy I have. I want to make some money today. If we can just hang in there, the right spots. And the ultras are pushing back towards their highs, so that's fantastic. If we can get filled on the 10-year here, you've got a bit of divergence between the 10-year and the shorter end and the long end. May not get filled, but I'm going to leave it there for now. Flip around. We got the natural gas number at 10:30. We'll see if we can do a similar play like I did on ultra bonds, where you set the order, and sometimes, you know, generally speaking, I put the order in the right area, in the right direction with whatever asset I'm trading, and then it's just a matter of, do you get lucky and get it filled or not? Yeah, exactly. I get that, Steve, of course, because you're taking the course, so now you're able to follow what I'm doing a lot easier, and you can also make some, you can use my analysis, but also sort of make your own decisions, which is great. That's the whole point, you know, like, I'm a very, very good OMA analyst, as you guys can see. I know, you know, generally speaking, you know, pretty good at seeing what's going on and picking spots and picking levels and all that kind of stuff. I'm a good trader. I do very well with it, but certainly you never know. There are better traders out there. There could be somebody who's just a phenomenal trader where they're just missing the edge, you know? We all have different strengths and weaknesses. I mean, Steve, you seem to pick entries very well with my analysis, which is great. Hopefully my pink eye, it's good. I can see out of my eye a lot better today than I could yesterday. Last night when I was streaming with you guys with the Fed, I didn't have the camera on because my eye was like swollen and red and I couldn't even see. Today it's a little better. All right, so it doesn't look like our order is going to get filled there on the 10-year. So I'm going to flatten that around here. Yeah, the analysis gives you confidence. Oh, of course. Dude, I can't even tell you. One of the reasons that I created the course and doing this, yeah, of course, is it a business for me? You know, side income? Obviously, yes. You know, do I do it for charity and for my health? No, I do it because I can help people while also generating a side income for me. So that's very beneficial to both parties, which is the way I like business to be, right? There's that. And then one of the other reasons is because my mentor, who is one of the most legendary traders of all time, which I can't use his name, but he is, he was just a phenomenal trader and just not a good teacher. So like, you know, if you have a good system like I have here, and then you have a good teacher, which I think I am, that can speed up the process, you know, very, very quickly. And Steve, you're showing what you're capable of when you know, apply yourself to it. All right, let's look. We got ES kind of pushing higher here. Get NQ. Man, choppy days for the indices. Do the Dow here. Yeah, the bonds. That was what I was looking for. That That's why, guys, if you manage your risk and just keep putting yourself in a good position, you'll get trades like this. We're probably going to get one today. I can feel it on something. But you just wait and, you know, just got to stay in there and hang in there and keep your losses reasonable. You'll get a big winner, and that'll take care of a lot of losses. And then you get 2 big winners in a row. It's like, you just, it goes like this. Gold. Silver again. Silver just kind of hanging out up here. I don't really know what to make of silver right now, which is why I'm staying out of it when I got like conflicting signals right now with silver. Copper. Copper's not picking up. Platinum. Got a lot of resistance on platinum up into 930. So, you know, we'll see. Maybe we'll get a hourly exhaust up here in an hour or so. Keep an eye on that level. Platinum. You know, crude kind of rallying, but I kind of feel like the way bonds are moving on this flight to safety, it's got to be because of the war in the Middle East is about to heat up. If that's the case, crude should really get going. Got the nat gas number in 10 minutes, so we'll go see if we can pick a level over there. Nat gas can be crazy. I don't trade it really ever. So we'll see. Be careful, but if we can pick a good level, we'll give ourselves a chance. The reason I don't trade nat gas very often is because it's just, it kind of moves all by itself. You can't really get in the flow. You can still use OMA to trade only nat gas if that's what you want. Like, then you'd have to sit here and just kind of dial into that market. But I like to combine OMA with, you know, what I'm seeing with the market correlations. So yeah, the thing with nat gas is that there's really no clarity on the monthly, weekly chart. So if there's no clarity on the monthly, weekly chart, then the daily is also more of a gamble. Then it's just difficult to pick, you know, levels that you can rely on. So if I can't pick levels that I can rely on, then I just don't pick levels, right? I don't take the trade. So even though that number is coming out at 1030, Steve, I'm not going to trade it. I'll focus on the other markets because nat gas is like, there's just no real read I can give it right now. I mean, I could probably spend time here and try and piece together a read, but why not focus on something that's a little bit more straightforward? Let's look at ES again. I have to get some dark chocolate soon. I'm also looking at this day too, right? You guys, I'm thinking, okay, because I always like to do this while I'm trading. I'm thinking to myself, have I missed any opportunities today? Yes, I definitely missed that platinum short at 8 a.m., but that was just because I didn't get here soon enough, and that happens. But have I like seen anything that I should have taken and didn't, right? And because you don't want to look back at the day and go, man, I was watching that one trade and I knew I wanted to take it and I didn't take it, right? So the one trade really that I wanted to take so far was silver. Took it, managed the risk well, so that was fine. Indices have been nothing but a bunch of, you know, probably people are losing a lot of money in here, so it's good to be staying away from that. That's yes. When we look at NQ, also pretty similar, just a horrendously choppy day on NQ. Look at the Dow. Let's see, Dow getting sold into too. So now you start to see, right, if indices are unable to hold on to their gains when they rally, here's Russell, and copper is dropping, right? That just also tells you that this is much more flight to safety than anything else. And platinum, you know, is semi-precious, but I think platinum I think platinum and silver should ultimately drop if indices stay under pressure. The dollar can stay reasonably strong against the euro, and copper stays under pressure. There's silver. Thinking for a second here. I mean, I really like that 4-hour pattern there on silver, but the reason I said it was conflicting a moment ago is because the hourly, that was a very strong hourly push right there. Doesn't mean it can't roll back down. It's just, I don't like to short if I have conflicting information, which right now I kind of do. The 4-hour looks good for a short, but the hourly still have some temporary support. I think silver is going to drop, but wait a little bit. And sometimes you can scalp. I'm not a scalper, but silver, sometimes you can, for example, we've got a pretty strong level now into that 06, 07 area, right, which is right in here. And silver can get a little nutty. It can just. So sometimes in the past, I can sit here and say, okay, well, if that's a level I'd want to be short from anyways, would I want to like short 07, try and get out, 03, short 07, try and get out 03. Sometimes that's, not a bad strategy. Don't know if I want to do that right now, but overall, you have a lot of reasons. Or even like, short like 07.5, 08, top 11. Not saying I'm doing that, guys. I'm just thinking out loud here. Gold's at 67. Let's just look at gold real quick. Question is, if gold breaks through these highs, which it probably will because of this flight to safety, is silver going to follow it? That's what I'm kind of curious about. That's what's holding me off from shorting silver right now. Other than that, I like it. Just the prudent thing, guys, this is a lesson to you. I'm just doing it publicly for you guys, is when you don't know or you're unsure, just it's okay to not do anything. Right now, I'm just kind of waiting. And sometimes as well, when I feel that, hey, there's just, it's a volatile day. You can see weird stuff's going on. Just wait, and the market will, make itself clear and come to you. Just give me about 5 or 10 minutes, you guys. I'm just going to take a little walk upstairs, grab some dark chocolate, stretch my legs a little bit, kind of clear my head, so I come back and see where we are. We'll keep trading. I'm going to be here as long as, if I didn't have COVID, I'd be here all day, because I think it's going to be some pretty good opportunities at some point here today. I'll be right back. 5-10 minutes. All right, we're back. Go. All right, well, yeah, you might be rewarded with a nice win, Steve, if you hang in there with silver. Who knows? Could see it going either way. It's a tricky day today. Tricky day. And kind of waiting for the day to come to me. I had some dark chocolate. That certainly helped. Here we have ES. Q. And to squeeze a little. Oh man, so nice to have this cold finish. Or cold, whatever the fuck this COVID thing is. Russell. Bonds. I just kind of cleared my head. Cleared my head. Get some dark chocolate. Try and wake up a little bit here and see if the afternoon is going to bring anything to us. I'll hang in there as long as I can. So silver seems to be stuck in that range there between 2305, 2306, and 23. Bonds. Yeah, bonds are just so the theme, the key driver for this day is just definite flight to safety with what we're seeing in bonds. There's just no question about it. I mean, this is massive, big time massive, and it's not because everybody's betting on the Fed easing sooner now. This is all flight to safety, and that's why I think you're seeing silver just kind of sit there. That's why gold's catching the bid, copper's not catching the bid, platinum is catching the bid. Crude, I'm surprised, is not rallying more. So I would say, you know, with crude, I'm kind of waiting for some sort of a flush down to the lower end of the range, because I think crude could be potentially a great buy at some point. What bonds are doing with this flight to safety. Euro US, very range bound. So that's really the theme of the day here. I think if we just stay patient, something's going to come and make the day a nice day. I think silver is just, I don't know, on a day like today with what bonds are doing, silver just looks a little too strong for me. After giving it that chance, and I mean, look at bonds. They're just, you know, this is the ultra bond. How do we get involved in this play? I mean, this is definite flight to safety. What can we short? What can we long for the flight to safety? It's the war trade. Crude is a good war trade. We know that. We'll get Ethereum and Bitcoin. Ethereum, not telling me much. Bitcoin, catching a little bit of bid. Crude, we are waiting. Platinum, All right, so platinum dropping a little bit, or trying to. We get copper. So we got copper here. Copper just catching a little bit of a bid because the indices are rallying, but that would be copper would be a pretty safe one to short if we get a little bit of a bounce. Because the only reason that short didn't work in silver is because of the side flows it was getting from gold on the flight to safety, and I knew that that was a risk, but it just ended up being stronger than I anticipated, so that's fine. I don't think, you know, copper will not benefit from that at all. So if we patiently wait, for example, here heading into 11 o'clock, if this hourly copper can spike up here to the upper end of this range, we could potentially have some good shorting up there on copper. With platinum trying to fall, I would expect silver to also get back under pressure. But see, what's the kicker for silver, and I knew this when I took the trade, was the dollar. And now, you know, we're 108.48 with the euro futures, so it didn't stay in the 30s, which is what it had to do. That's why silver is stubbornly sitting up here. I don't know what it's going to do. I have to wait and see what the dollar does and what things tell us. But I think copper, you know, I'm trying to think about how we can take advantage, guys, of this flight to safety that's on right now. Copper short on a bounce, a crude long on a drop. Certainly gold if it pulls back. You know, if you get a decent sized pullback on gold, I'd be open to longing gold. Ultra bonds, if we got a pullback, but that's just not happening right now. We just go higher and higher. Almost got on board there. That was just look at the 30-year. This is how you got to trade. You got to think through these different scenarios as they're unfolding and what's happening. Because even just a few days ago, with bonds pushing higher in a normal way, that means rates coming down, you know, euro putting on a little gain against the dollar. That's all risk on, very stock market positive. Today, the stock market so far is not getting the same type of bounce out of this. It might end up getting it, but right now it's not. We need to wait and see if it ends up doing that. Let's see if there's any news on Zero Hedge while we're waiting for our 11 o'clock check. Farmers are rebelling in Europe. Good news. So the question is, are stocks, which so far have been pretty muted. So, you know, what would benefit from war? Well, I guess the Dow, right? All the industrials. If there's going to be a war trade, I suppose the Dow would be, you know, the index that should benefit from that. And that would probably, you know, if the Dow started to really rally, that would negate the copper short. So I think you got to kind of look at things we want to buy today. Bonds for sure, gold for sure, maybe the Dow, depending. Not right here, but certainly bonds keep rallying like this. And then if, see right now the Euro US, we're at 108.50. So if the Euro can keep gaining ground against the dollar with bonds rallying on the back of this war trade, and silver remains stubbornly high, which it is, I would not be short here, silver. Then I would think, you know, crude, long bonds, long gold, long Dow. These are sort of war trades, guys. So I think if we just patiently wait for one of these to land at our doorstep, we'll be in a good position. Let's cycle through here. I mean, E-mini S&P 500, also not bad for the war trade. I think better overall than the NASDAQ or the Russell, that's for sure. So really the Dow and the S&P top beneficiaries of the war trade. Wait and try and get them at a good level. Here is the Dow. So we'll keep an eye on those, but this is good. You guys, you see how we're now constructing our narrative. This is why I had to walk away, get some chocolate, relax. Now it's more clear again. The bonds, this is the 10-year note. I mean, it's showing no signs of slowing down here. Really interesting. And this is how, you know, you got to always be aware that markets are dynamic and real world situations can change things in a heartbeat, right? So it just so happens that the US government needed a lot of funding for their new debt that they're going to be issuing. And then, hey, what do you know? There's a war and it pushes people into all that debt financing. I don't know. That's probably a coincidence. So these are the things that are really interesting to keep an eye on. So that's the 10-year. Let's look at the 30-year. You know, oftentimes you'll see, you know, as you're heading higher, you get a pullback if you wait. Ultra bond, waiting here for a pullback. I mean, looks to me, I mean, my goodness, but with the flight to safety we're seeing right now, if this 4-hour chart's going to really stretch its legs and get up here to, I mean, we could still, we could potentially still have a lot of room to the upside here for bonds. We really could, because flight to safety plus all the short covering that's going to continue to drive this market. I think if we just patiently wait for any type of a pullback, is definitely a very controlled way to trade from a risk management perspective. Here's gold. I do expect with what we're seeing in bonds, gold is also going to continue to be pretty well bid. So it's just waiting for the right setup on gold. You can see silver's narrative's falling in place now. We know what we're looking for. Silver, like it's probably higher. Copper. Question is Dr. Copper going to join the party? Because we have gold rallying, we have silver rallying, we have platinum rallying. If the Dow starts to rally, will copper catch up? I could see that. We are at a key support level. I think the safer bet would be to buy the Dow or the S&P, but I want to see how those shake out. Certainly crude oil would be great. Gotta wait for the right sort of because crude, you stay patient. Crude's one of these, it's so wild that I want to get long down in here somewhere. And sometimes it'll just do that. It'll just go down there. That's where you get long. And it'll go like that. You just get a few of those a week. In good shape. Look at nat gas. Not going to trade, but yeah, no major fireworks there on the announcement. You can see here Euro US still kind of, Euro's putting on a little. So even though we got that massive flight to safety, you're still not super seeing it into the dollar yet because the euro is gaining against the dollar. So all that's going to do is help buoy gold, the Dow, S&P. That's just going to add more fuel to that risk on war trade. So I always feel, guys, the way I like to trade, you know, is that I just love to have the correlations. I like to feel that I'm understanding what's happening. And once I feel that I have a picture and I'm understanding, then I wait for the charts to confirm and then I trade. So right now, for example, let's make sure we don't have any news at 11. We do have some treasury auctions, but they're short-term 4-week, 8-week bills at 11:30. That's nothing. And we've got noon mortgage rates. So no major news. Rest of the day. The Canadians have a 30-year bond auction at 12. I don't think that's going to affect us. Here's ES. I would say if ES was to close down here, I could potentially buy. Yes, potentially. I think I would have enough reasons. I don't like if bonds are soaring on the war trade. Well, even silver's, you know, holding up. If silver's holding up, my God, that's like the canary in the coal mine. If it's holding up, I just don't see how stocks aren't going to rally. So that might be something I'd be willing to entertain. Long, yes. Let's see. Let's look at NASDAQ. I would definitely like the ES or the Dow best. So yeah, here's the Dow. I think for the war trade, you S&P 500 or Dow Jones for risk on war trade. No idea what that'll yield, but let's see how war affects the stock market. Here we go. Always good just to, I mean, I know how it affects, but I want to get the exact this is a different war. This is like Middle East big war. Yeah, here. I think I'm just reading here, guys. I mean, I got to think that the Dow is the better war. We'll see. I like S&P overall in terms of where we are support wise. You have to go ES. If I have a choice between ES and Dow, I'll usually take ES. I mean, the Dow's just, it's a bit whippy. Go ahead and plug in ES here. All right. So, I mean, certainly if we can get a move down to 48.75, that would be a gift. Really just depends. We got to ask ourselves, is the ES, you know, really going to roll over and just crap out here? It could, because the Fed was, you know, we got competing narratives right now. The Fed was a bit more hawkish yesterday. That's weighing on the stock market. But now the bond market is rallying big time on fear to safety, which is bringing rates down. I mean, silver, gold, platinum rallying. There could be a lot of support down here. on ES. There should be support. I mean, there has to be, just that I might bet on it. I want to see. Taken. Look at the NASDAQ. It's a choppy day, you know. I don't really see anything can happen, but I don't really see why, you know, unless the war trade, people are just going to dump stocks. And I mean, the safer trade is to wait, you know, my number one goal here, guys, is to help us not step in a big pile of stinky dog shit. Trying to think always through what's the safest trade. And I think the safest trade is, I'm liking the ES here, I am, but the safer trade is to wait for, we still have a few minutes to decide. The safer trade is to wait for a pullback on bonds or gold or crude. That is the safer trade. Sorry for coughing. Working the COVID. Crude down here too. Thing is, stocks have rallied. The reason I'm hesitant with stocks, they've just rallied so much. Doesn't mean they can't rally more, but I do think the safer trade. We don't have the pullback right now in bonds or gold or silver or any of these anyways. So we can watch ES. Copper. Platinum. Crude is trying to sneak a little lower, but I think crude is going to, I want to wait until we're closer to four hourly support on crude. As you can see here on ES, we're trying to get down to the 4 hourly support down here, right? So we've at least got that going for us. So I'll keep an eye here on ES. Some action coming in. Let's just keep an eye on this. I'm not like totally sold on it yet because I think the safer trade are bonds and gold. Let's just, I want to keep an eye on this key level here, 48.72.5. Especially if this hourly port holds on close. We've got 20 seconds, you guys. Euro US still 108.46. Yeah, you got some support down there. I might have to put an order there at 72.5. I'll let you know. Do that 76.20. A lot of support down here. Thinking about it here for a sec, you guys. I mean, this might be the support here. We'll have to see. I'm interested in 72.5, maybe if we get down there. Gold pushing higher, 2070. Get crude oil again. So crude, I'm just going to wait and see if they can flush it down here. Patiently wait for crude. Some volatility coming in, so we got some stuff happening, which is nice. You can see if Bitcoin set anything up. Silver is pushing higher as we expected. Turn our attention back to ES here. There's a lot of support down here on ES. I'm really curious to see how it reacts to this level. Look at the Dow. That'll give us some information. Well, got some support down there on the Dow as well. I could see the Dow just fishing outside the lows of the day and then suck back up into the range. Close to a long down here. I just gotta 72.5 is kind of the level I want to watch. If we get down to 72.5 on ES here, I'd probably take a stab at it. I'll let you know when we get there. Look at bonds. Bonds just look, they can't even, there's just no pullback whatsoever on bonds. Gotta think. I like ES into 72.5, you guys. Because you gotta ask yourself, is this one of these cases where everyone's rushing in? Are they dumping stocks to rush into bonds? I don't think so. Because the euro is over 108.50 right now, so it's not like people are rushing into the dollar yet. I still think as long as we see that decently strong euro against the dollar, you know, ES, the safest play is to wait for bonds and gold to pull back, which we will do anyways. But if we can maybe get an opportunity to buy ES down here at the right price, if it ends up not working, you know, then you just cut it quickly like I did silver. Always good to just, if you can pick the right level and give yourself a chance, then get in and then just kind of watch it. It's worth it if you have to lose $100, $200, because when you're right, you know, you'll make those, you know, $400 or $500, $600. So let's I do like 72.5 here on ES, so let's keep an eye on this together. And it may not get there, you know. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on this level here. I'm thinking it should at least test to 74. I mean, may not. It may just go straight up if it's that good of a trade, you know. But I can't really get long here because I don't want to have my stop all the way back here. Patiently. Dow is doing. Kind of holding steady. I mean, if Dr. Copper starts to get a bid, oh yeah, Dr. Copper is getting a bid here. All right. I'll try and get long. Copper's catching a nice bid, so I'll try and get long down into like 78, 75 maybe. Right in there. Anywhere down into that general level. So got an order to get long ES 78, 75. Who knows? Maybe it won't get there. It's kind of running away from us for right now. Lifting to 78. Lifting to 79. You see, as soon as I saw copper tipping me off, that's why I'm being more aggressive now, guys, on trying to get in on this trade. Because I don't think it's going to go lower than what it's already made there on that hourly. Could be wrong, but that's just my thesis for right now. I mean, with copper trying to push higher like that, euro's pushing higher. I think we got to give ourselves a chance here. Yes. I usually want to bring it back down to 78 maybe. Try and get long at 78.50, you guys. Moving it down, just thinking move it back to 75. I have my reasons, guys, for why I'm moving this order around. I'm seeing how price is reacting to these different OME levels. So I like that 75 level if we can get a quick reaction, a hold, and a push back up. Let's see. May not get down there. We may have had to leave our order there at 78, but I'm always going to try and just put it where I think I need to put it. Look like a genius when it works, and you look like a moron when it doesn't work. Welcome to trading. What is the Dow doing? Bar. Copper doing? Sounds a little like flying away yet. Euro still getting stronger. That's nice. I see a little push below those lows, fill us at 75, and then pop back up. Kind of what I'm looking for. Now it looks like it's reacting off that 78 level so far. Platinum silver rallying, yeah. Look at that price on copper. 0.86. Oh yeah, look at copper, you guys. Order at 78. Trying to get long here at 78. $58.25. Build 78.5. We'll see what happens, but with copper pushing, platinum pushing, gold and silver are pushing, bonds are pushing. I mean, it could be that everybody's dumping stocks and rushing into everything else, in which case this trade will lose. But we'll give it a little bit of a chance. Dow's at 38,233. I'm pushing lower here. I don't like to see that on the Dow. Our first idea was correct on ES. This is kind of the line in the sand. If this doesn't hold, fail on this. Not nuts about this far. Yeah. Get a little pop back up. I'm covering break even and I'm going to try and re-enter down here. I'll often do that if I see that if I enter too early, sometimes I'll get out of it and put the order where I think, because right now I think it's more apt to try and push a little lower, at least retest that level one more time. So still might be overall a losing trade, but I want to be in from 75 instead of 78 where I was already, you know, 3.5 points off sides. And if that means it goes and I'm not in it, I'm okay with that because I'm always focused on managing my risk. Yeah, that was I lost one tick on that trade, so that was good. We'll see. Might go up now. That was my original idea down there at 75. Because you can always get back in. It's a tricky day today, guys. This is why I'm, you know, it's the regime is shifting. There you go. That's my original entry there at 75. That would have been pretty sweet. See if we can just fish down there one more time. 76. Go 76.25. We have to go higher, maybe. 76.75. Don't kid yourself. Tricky day. Gotta manage it. The NASDAQ. Dow. Wow. Bond. Everything. See if we can get filled at 4876.75. That would be an area I would feel more comfortable at least giving the trade a chance based on the range I've seen here. Jumping around a lot. It's tricky too with the daily chart here. That's why we're in a questionable area. I got to give it a shot based on what the other asset classes are doing. I actually do think it's going to revisit down to 75. I got it at 75.5. If we can get filled at 75.5 and it holds, you have to see what's happening, but maybe try and get 10 points out of it. Tricky day overall. Just wondering how stocks are going to respond to this because bonds are just rifling. So we haven't seen this in a long time. So does this mean people are going to dump stocks? Maybe. We don't have the answer yet. Like I said, the safer trade, I'm going to give it a chance if I get filled at 75.50. But if it starts to go against me at all, I'm going to cut because the safer trade is to wait for a pullback on bonds or gold or one of these, you know. I want to try and go for the easier trade where I can. May even want to fish down to like 73. It's just not a market I'm willing to chase up here. Something feels a bit off about it. I'm gonna remove that order for a sec, you guys, because there's not sitting right with me. Look at the I think the smarter play, the one I would wait for and go more size on would be, even if stocks rally now, without me, I'm okay with that because they're kind of, how are they going to respond to this big flight to safety? I don't know. It is true. I'm just talking myself through this. We have a little, see, copper tried to rally but got shot down, right? So copper would be, if we really got off to the races on copper, that would be telling us something. That stocks would rally. There's a 30-year. Oftentimes, you know, if you're just patient, the bonds will, you know, pull back down in here, get long, and finish the day strong on a pullback. And then those are the ones, guys, when you wait for those types of trades. That's why, you know, right now I go one contract, you know, just trying to feel it out. You know, but there are trades where you see them, you're like, oh, okay, that's the one I've been waiting for. Then if you normally go one contract, then you can go 2, 3, 4 contracts. And that's how you really capitalize on your winning trades, right? So try and keep your losers small by small contract size and cutting them quickly. But when you really have a sense that you're correct on the trade you plan for, you know, it's not impulsive, you're not gambling. And then that's when you got to not be afraid to go in with bigger size. here's gold. Yeah, so silver made a good call. I mean, happy I didn't, you know, see, that's why you got to cut your losses short. Yeah, the way, I don't know what the indices are going to do. We're just going to have to wait and see. Boy, guys, it's going to be nice when I don't have fucking COVID anymore. I should be up a lot more this week. I'm up okay, I guess, considering how bad I've been feeling, but obviously it's much easier to trade when you're feeling 100% energized and fresh. Crude trying to push up. So hitting on. Stocks could explode off this level. They really could. I mean, I can see the evidence that they could, but it's just, what's throwing me off, you guys, is the daily chart here. Like I said, this could be an exhaust. I said at the beginning of the day, right, where you're going to see, you know, the push back. But what has me concerned here, the reason I'm not longing here right now with confidence, is because we didn't even manage on that first push back up. We didn't even manage to get back up in here, 49, 49.10. We got shut down here. So usually when that happens, it's a sign that you're going back to these lows first. You need to sniff out those lows first. Doesn't always happen, but that's kind of what the probabilities are. That's why I'm just a bit like, yeah, do I really want to risk on this trade? Not really. And it might end up being a winner, and that's fine. I'm just trying to trade what I see. That's all we can do is trade the hard right edge. What time is it? 11:20, guys. Let's take a 15-minute break. I'm gonna go and get some cough medicine, relax a little bit. I'll trade a little bit more on the stream. I wanna see if something sets up for us. So I'm just gonna I'll leave the stream running with ES on. Back in 15. All right, guys, we're back. Had some dinner. Oh, ES is pushing up nicely. Guess I could have held it, but I'm just not. I feel like I'm trading well, cautiously. Excuse me. I think the reason I cut that trade just because I thought that was the more risky trade, and again, I think the safer one today with what we're seeing across the asset classes is to wait for a pullback in bonds or gold or crude. So that's what I'm going to be waiting for. Checking on the bonds. I'll probably stop streaming here shortly, but I'll leave you guys with some analysis that you can use. So let's just start. So the indices are rallying now, and that is because the euro is starting to put on some gains against the dollar. So I could see if the indices are able to rally and hold, we could squeeze higher in the indices for sure. I wouldn't be shorting the indices at all. How are you guys the rest of the day? And here we have the NASDAQ. It's kind of lagging so far, but it'll probably pick back up. So just I wouldn't be shorting the indices. I don't know. I think the indices are gonna, like I said at the beginning of the day, choppy, tough. But now you're starting to see, you have some confluence for the day. I'm just gonna wait for bonds to try and give me some sort of a pullback, or gold or something like that. Of course, when that happens, I'll be looking at the dollar. I'll be posting it in the elite members area, so you guys get real-time updates to what I'm seeing. So I'm going to just keep an eye on this market, guys, the rest of the day. My primary play, and the reason I cut that long ES, even though now that would have been a nice winner. Obviously, sure, if I had a crystal ball, I would have held it, and that would have been great. But I'm just trying to trade the market I see in front of me, and I think long bonds, long, gold is on fire right now, 2081. So this is a massive flight to safety right here. We started out the day looking like gold could really tank along with silver, and we just had huge reversals in everything as bonds, the flight to safety, drug these other asset classes higher. So this is a day where very easy to lose a lot of money. I'm very happy to be basically break even. I'm down like $120 on each one of those little challenge accounts. So that's nothing, because I'm going to really push it when I'm on the days when I feel like I'm in sync and I'm right on my read. Those are the days you push it. On days like today, to be break even or down a little, or that's fantastic. Almost was plus if I would have held on to that ES trade, but I don't regret it. I don't really have regrets, guys. Last night I don't regret it, but I wish I would have been more healthy to hang on to that silver short last night. But this has been a tough week overall, just due to my health and COVID. But I'm happy to be fighting through and still making money, just not making as much. But sometimes that's what we have to accept. The wonderful modern world we live in, where these very strange things like COVID just come out of nowhere. Very fun, very interesting. I'm being sarcastic, obviously. Okay, so silver, yeah, just squeeze city here for silver. So I think these are the safe bets, just waiting for pullbacks on these. Copper now, see, copper's still not high in this, which is interesting. We'll see if that, because copper and the indices are going to be connected today, and the fact that copper is still hanging out at its lows, that was why I didn't really feel comfortable hanging on to that ES trade. But here's platinum. So let's look at crude. I mean, we're still stuck in this range here, but if we could get flush, I looked along that. I mean, look, guys, the euro against the dollar is 0.882, so a big rebound by the euro against the dollar. So I think you're going to see, as long as that euro, stays bid against the dollar, which right now it looks like it, you'll probably see stocks continue to be well supported, although I don't know if they're going to get off to the races like they normally would in this environment. Like right now with bonds you know, squeezing higher on this flight to safety, and yields are plummeting, right? And the dollar is even weakening right now. Stocks should be taking off. They're not, because, you know, this is a flight to safety trade right now. That's why bonds, you know, gold and silver are the big, you know, winners right now, the big recipients. And I think that we're probably going to see that through the end of the day. I mean, I would be surprised to see that theme change. So for me, the safest bet that I'm going to be looking for and alerting members in the elite area is I'm going to be looking for just patiently waiting the rest of the day. Right now, I'm basically break even. Great, no problem. And now I'm just waiting for the setup. I have a clear idea of what's going on today, and just wait for the market to come back to a nice support level for some of these metals or the bonds. I do think if stocks continue to stay, you know, in a range, you can probably buy support at the lower end of the range. But stocks are the iffy one today. Why would you trade stocks when you can wait for the long bonds, wait for, you know, the long metals, wait for long crude if it can get a flush down there to 75. And if you're going to take that trade, just keep your eye on the euro. Make sure, you know, we're not giving too much back to the dollar. I think these are the trades for your afternoon, you guys. Just pay attention to that. You'll be in really good shape. And I'll let you guys know. Elite members will get it in real time. But then at the end of the day, if I have energy, or tomorrow morning, I'll post an update video on how I finish the day, depending on the trade. But yeah, that's pretty much it, you guys. Thanks for being here. I enjoyed it. Hopefully my health will turn the corner and get better next couple days, and we can finish out the week strong. Had a great January. Very consistent, very low draws, lots and lots of winning days, not a lot of losing days, and just a bunch of break-even days in between. So that's the way I like to do it. Manage the risk, and the gains take care of themselves. Take care, and see you guys back here tomorrow morning. If you're in Elite, I'll post some updates there this afternoon when I see them. Take care.